Just start. Good morning. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power. The committee has convened today for public hearings, followed by an executive session this afternoon. Now, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Gilman. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So before we begin today, as always, I have a few morning announcements. So the committee has convened here at 9:30 for public hearings on 7 bills. After the public hearing scheduled for 10:35, the committee will break for lunch, and then public hearings will resume at 1 p.m. Also, an executive session has been scheduled after our publicly noticed hearings to begin around 2 p.m. However, please note that it has been noticed that executive sessions on pending legislation may be held throughout the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. Additionally, in order for us to stay on schedule today, the chair will allow for up to 5 minutes for bill introductions, followed by questions and answers, and then up to 3 minutes will be given for in-person public testimony, with additional time allowed for questions and answers if the speaker permits. And that's based on the number of pink cards that I get. The vice chair will indicate that the time is expired by holding up a pink card, at which time we would ask that you would succinctly wrap up your testimony. If a speaker has written testimony, please indicate that and distribute it to the committee via Representative Walker at this time, and we'll pass that along. Also, if a speaker has more information that they wish to share with the committee, then please let us know, and then follow up with written testimony sent to all committee members by email. Finally, as a reminder to speakers providing in-person testimony, first off, please state for the record your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Support, oppose, or neutral. And when the clerk is ready, we can begin our first hearing. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 547 FN relative to county reimbursement of funds. And first up, the chair would like to recognize Representative Pearson to introduce the bill to us today. Welcome, Representative Pearson, and good morning.
Good morning, colleagues. For the record, Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13, which encompasses the town of Derry. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to have a seat in the big chair here today and have a very brief introduction on House Bill 547. 547 was filed at the request of the counties, and it has to do with the exciting and riveting world of Medicaid assistance reimbursement. I am not an expert in this field at all. We are fortunate that we have Chuck Nickerson, who from Rockingham County, who is the treasurer of that organization, who can explain this to you and the reasoning behind it.
Thank you, Representative Pearson. And so we will defer questions to subject matter experts.
Wonderful. Thank
Correct?
you. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Next, the chair would like to recognize Representative Edwards to speak to the bill. Welcome to Municipal and County Government. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Representative Jess Edwards, and I work with, I'm from Rockingham District 31. That's Auburn, Chester, Candia, and Deerfield. I work closely with Mr. Nickerson often in the Rockingham County delegation. I'm really glad that Representative Pearson stepped up and submitted this bill on behalf of the counties. On my pink card, I didn't say I was either in favor or opposed. I just wanted you all to have a little bit of context. And the context, to keep it short, because Mr. Nickerson will dive into the details, is that the $11.2 million you see in the bill is money that a fair person would argue the state owes the counties. The issue in this budget cycle, though, I want to tell you as the chair of Division 3, we have issues with coming up with enough revenues to cover all the existing expenses. And this looks like a new expense. It looks like it because, not that it is, but it wasn't recognized in the agency budget process. It's not going to probably not be part of the governor's budget. So the budget's going to come to Division 3, and if this requirement is in there as is, we got to find the 11 million somewhere, which means we're going to have to, given the fact that the revenues will be static, we're going to have to find replacement money. Okay, so as you're listening to this and thinking about what you're going to do with this bill, I just want you to be aware that there's some secondary effects that'll be pretty significant, and I just would ask you to be careful as you think through it. And that's really my testimony. I don't have a recommendation to do it or not. I want to hear what this committee thinks, but I want you to be thinking it in the context of the financial situation going into a budget cycle, a very tough one.
Thank you, Representative Edwards. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Questions for the representative?
All right. Go ahead.
So, just to be clear, you commented that these monies that the state allegedly owes the counties has not been budgeted for. Could you explain that, or is it just
Okay,
explain
so in the prior years, and Mr. Nickerson will tell you exactly how this happened, there was a double collection on some money that was due to the county, and the federal portion came in. As the federal portion came in, it was accounted for, and so the numbers are pretty good around this. But instead of advancing or pushing through, pass through is the term I'm looking for. Instead of passing through the monies received for the feds that was meant for the counties, it ended up going into our rainy day fund. So the cash is there. It's in the rainy day fund apparently. But as the agencies, and then I'm sure the governor, I hate to say too much because she releases her budget this week. I'm betting that this 11.2 million transfer from the state to the counties is not in their budget proposal. And so because it won't be in their budget proposal, it'll be left to the finance committee if you all have us pass this bill to find the money, because it won't be probably in the budget.
So based on what you just said, was there some sort of like a budgeting or accounting oversight or error, if you will?
I don't want to describe why it's not in the budget, why the department didn't put it in the budget. If somebody's from the department, they'd be in a better position to answer that. I just know the practical implication when this arrives on the doorstep of finance is it's probably not going to be in the budget. And if we want to give them if we want to pass through the 11 million, then we're going to have to find 11 million. And finding 11 million is a lot of money.
Understood. What I was pointing towards is in the previous budget, the fact that it wasn't, the money was received from the federal government. It wasn't passed through to the counties, and instead it ended up in the rainy day fund. That's what I was asked, like, what happened there? Why?
Well, because our budgets are done in advance and they're 2 years. And so this became, I think, from the budgeting perspective, the previous term, new money, and it just wasn't accounted for in the budget that is going to expire at the end of June. And so I'm talking about going forward, the new budget, it's probably not going to, the pass-through probably isn't in there either.
I appreciate your explanation.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I assume too much sometimes.
I see that the Representative Gerard has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm hearing you saying that the 11 point, whatever the amount is not in the budget. The previous 2 years, there was a 9.4 million, if I recall correctly. Was that not budgeted for, or how was that accounted for the last 2 years? It was in the previous bills.
Previously, we've budgeted money for the county's share of the county cap, and we'll be doing that again this year. But I think this is incremental money. I'm gonna ask Mr. Nickerson if the $9 million that the representative is referring to was a different source of funding than this 22, 25 million is. Isn't it?
Why don't you note that, and then when you're there at the mic, you could
I'm gonna
fill
defer.
in. Thank you.
I think it's a different increment of money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry to share finances problems with you, but it's really important that we hear what you think.
At this time, the chair recognizes Miss Kate Hedberg. Oh, okay, got into this pile. Right. At this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Charles Nickerson. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Charles Nickerson. I'm the Finance Director with Rockham County. I'm also the Treasurer of the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and that's the organization I'm representing here with my testimony. Just to go back, there was a letter from the President of the New Hampshire Association of Counties, Kathy Stacy, that hopefully was passed around to the members of the committee. And my testimony will be closely following along with the statements made in that letter. I just want to back up that basically counties are, per current state law, are responsible for the non-federal share of Medicaid assistance to the elderly and disabled, whether it's services in a long-term care facility, such as a nursing home, or it's services that the individual's receiving in the community. So sometimes you hear that as home and community-based care or choices for independence. So whether it might be VNA services, brain injury association services, even transportation services. So the counties, by law, are supposed to be only responsible for that non-federal share of those Medicaid services that is represented in state law as known as the so-called county cap. Now, the federal portion of covering those Medicaid services is called the FMAP, the Federal Medical Assistance Percentage. Historically, that had been a 50-50 split, 50% federal government, 50% counties. Now, what happened was with early legislation as a result of the public health emergency during the early days of COVID, that FMAP percentage increased from 50 to 56.2. So in theory and reality, the county's portion should have gone down to 43.8. Going from 50% down to 43.8 is not just a 6.2% difference, it's a 12.4% reduction. Now, again, going back to the county caps are established through the budget process as far as dollar amounts. So I can see easily how, because of the budgetary process, the state could not account for this increase in the FMAP up front. It just can't. And I can understand legislatively that it'd be hard to get these amounts into the budget as well. And so briefly touch upon the $9 million, that was actually an incorrect calculation that was provided, and it got dropped during the budget process. So even though it's in statute, if you go under the law, it was never truly enacted at all. It got, in a way, left off from the ultimate budget that was passed. Now, the real numbers are actually quite a bit higher. And I will say that DHHS did work with the state to make sure that the counties were made whole for this increase in the FMAP, basically starting from 7/1 of 21 forward. But that still left the first 18 months of this increase in the FMAP that basically DHHS double collected for that 12.4% of claims from the counties through payments of a county cap that was not subsequently adjusted, and also collected the 56.2% instead of 50% from the federal government. And as a result, it might seem improbable, but when you talk about a county cap that can be $120, $130 million, 12.4% is a big difference over 18 months. And the HHS actually has the actual number for that 18 months at over 25 million, not 22 and a half, I think, if you take the credit that's being requested from this bill over 2 years. And so we're just asking for, basically, in hindsight, for the law to be followed and for only the counties being responsible for the non-federal share. And we are asking for the credit over 2 years because this occurred over 2 years. And again, we're understandable about the whole budget process, the legislative process, as far as the timing of things.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Girard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nickerson, for taking my question. One question I had was in paragraphs 3 and 4. It always talked about it was accounted for patients that were 65 and older. Is there a reason why paragraphs 5 and 6 do not reference being 65 and older?
Because it is not. So this is also assistance for the disabled. So it's not solely that you're just. It's BAS as far. Well, I think they're rebranding themselves, but so it's assistance to the elderly and disabled. So it's not just necessarily those that are over 65, but it is individuals that are on Medicaid that are receiving services in the community or in a nursing facility.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for taking my question, being here to testify. If this bill were to pass, and indeed the money is not available, are we obligated to find it, or could it go unpaid? And if so, what would happen?
Well, I guess the issue is what the law states. The law states the counties are responsible for the non-federal share. So if the state wants to comply with the law, then that's what this bill allows for, that after the fact for the state to be in compliance with the law. And again, the actual amount is a bit higher, but the request is not to adjust what's in the proposed bill. As far as impacts, if it's not, I mean, obviously it means, already that the counties have taken more of a actual results hit that they should have over the first 18 months. And I fully understand the state could not accommodate, because again, through the different processes that we have, budgetary and legislative, and also who knew how long the public health emergency was going to last, because that's what this increase in the federal medical assistance percentage was tied to. So I understand why it did not happen up front. I understand why it didn't happen a year or even 2 years after, this situation was occurring. but here we are now, and it's still not rectified, at least in the eyes of the counties.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So that is the final pink card that we have for House Bill 547. So at this time, I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on the bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Okay, seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, we had 2 in support and 5 opposed. And the paper sheets coming down. Somebody down that end should report that one.
Ready?
Yeah, excellent. There was no one on the blue sheet.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 547 is now closed. Okay. Oh, you're all set. Okay. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 569 relative to the establishment of county-wide communication districts. The chair recognizes Representative Howard to introduce the bill. Welcome to Municipal and County Government. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable committee members. Thank you for having me this morning. HB 569 is all about governmental efficiency in establishing communications districts. This would give counties the power to enable themselves to create these districts, which, if you aren't aware, communications districts are basically the banding together of municipalities in order to create a more compelling contract for different communications providers, and that means people who provide our internet services. So there are a number of economic advantages to establishing districts at the size of a county due to the economies of scale, because there needs to be enough subscribers in order to make it economically viable. It is cheaper for everyone involved if there are more municipalities because it expands the potential subscriber base. There are, of course, costs included in this, but that would be taken up by each individual county and the individual subscribers that would choose to buy into this. It is something where this is only enabling legislation, so it doesn't actually necessarily deal with any sort of local establishment clause. But in terms of the economic opportunities, if we look at places like Chattanooga, Tennessee, that have implemented similar broadband infrastructure, they have seen their EBP network create $2.69 billion and brought in nearly 10,000 jobs to the city. So that's a lot of economic growth, and we can see that here in New Hampshire as well. So just for people who are unaware, last session, this bill did come forward, and there was a little bit of debate as to whether or not counties actually already had the power to do this. Today, I've actually brought a letter from the Stratford County Attorney talking about RSA 53G, and its ability to be used by county commissioners. And currently, under her interpretation of the law, we cannot currently do that. I can send her email around because I only have the one copy that I did bring today. So I do apologize about that. But as for the current enabling structure, municipalities, they have to individually go to each select board and say, do you want to join? It makes it unbelievably difficult to get one of these districts established. It would be a lot simpler and make a lot more sense, the economies of scale, if the county commissioners could just invite the towns in the county to come and say, do you want to join this? And then allow them the option to opt out. With that being said, I think that I've covered everything that this bill does, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Elward?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for testifying today. Are there any counties that are currently voluntarily forming these districts?
So there is already one, Grafton County, but not all of the communities in Grafton County have. And that was part of the reason last session that there was this debate, because the Grafton County Communications District was established by local communities within Grafton County cooperating together, not the county commissioners inviting everybody to look into studying whether or not this would be a good idea.
Further questions? Representative Colby?
Would this disallow certain communities to continue with their current benefits are in their contracts?
No, this does not change any current established districts. It only changes the establishment of how these districts could be established. So it only affect new districts.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Gilman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to follow up on Representative Colby's question. If 3 or more communities have agreements with, let's say, Comcast, and are funding their local TV through the fees, charges, whatever they are, would joining a county then disperse those funds amongst the towns, or is there still a contract with each town?
I believe there would still be a contract with each town, and depending on what that contract stated, whether there was an exclusivity clause, they could opt out of the countywide district. So that would not necessarily interfere with that. Secondly, it would actually probably reduce rates for everybody if these municipalities decided to join, because when you have a larger district with more subscribers, the overall rates can be lower.
Representative Girard has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I know this is part of the previous bill. It talks about governing body of 2 or more municipalities, but then it says at least 2 persons per municipality. When you start getting into a county, you're going to have a committee of 100 people that are going to be required, and it also talks about maybe reimbursed. How is that all going to take place, and don't you think that maybe a 100-person committee might be a little difficult to deal with as well?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Yeah, there was actually a clause in the bill last term that actually reduced the number of members from counties, if it was established through their county, to only be 1 member. So that was removed because obviously that would create 2 different classes, and we wanted to kind of avoid that. If that's something that you feel would be beneficial, I would be more than happy to bring that back in.
Thank you, Representative.
Further questions? I just had a clarification. So to be clear, this bill, your amended language to the RSA, is enabling a county to establish a committee. It's a committee known as the Communications District Planning Committee. So that's
Yes.
the first step.
Yes.
This bill is not initially establishing this communications district. That would be the goal down the road. And
Yes.
also, if and when it came to establishing a communications district, municipalities that were not interested in participating may opt out. So just to be clear, this is about establishing a committee to explore the possibility, the pluses, minuses of creating a communications district.
Yes, exactly. That's the first step. You look at creating a study committee. You look at all the pros and cons to whether or not it would be a good idea. And then, of course, municipalities can opt out at any point and choose whether or not they want to stay with their current contracts or move into communications district. So, like you said, it is only enabling language and does not change anything for currently established districts. So it will make it so that there will only be a study committee formed first, and then they can look at whether or not they want to actually form the full district.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Brody DeShays. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony. My name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I am speaking in opposition to House Bill 569. Our biggest piece of opposition is, as general principle, legislation like this should be opt-in. Municipalities and their governing bodies should be determining whether or not they opt into this planning process for a communications district planning committee. And I appreciate that the chairwoman pointed out that this is a planning committee, so it's not the establishment of the communications district. You'll notice in section 4 of the bill, it actually kind of describes after bylaws or that there's a proposed district agreement, which oftentimes takes the form of bylaws that are created as they do the planning process. And then there is a requirement for there to be a presentation in each municipality, and then actually the legislative bodies need to approve whether or not the municipality joins a communications district. But this is for the communications district planning committee. And we don't think that the county should be the commissioners establishing these planning committees and then requiring each municipality to have to opt out if they don't want to join. There are already existing communications districts that were born naturally from the planning committees. One in Carroll County, there's one in Grafton County, so there's 2 currently that are operating. And they've been able to organize and to do all of this without having the county commissioners mandate that the municipalities decide whether or not to join. The municipalities have banded together. I do want to point out, just as a another general aside, is that the New Hampshire Electric Co-op has been building out its broadband infrastructure, and so a lot of the reasons why communities are creating these communication districts is because they want to procure grant funding and they want to procure build economies of scale for building out broadband infrastructure. So in some cases, your municipality probably doesn't want to join because you're essentially waiting over the next, anywhere from 2 to 5 years for the New Hampshire Electric Co-op to build out that infrastructure. There are some benefits for negotiating contracts. However, I don't know too much about that, but I do know that there is benefits to that. So again, as general principle, though, we don't think that the county should be requiring the governing bodies to have to take action on a communications district, that instead it should be the governing bodies naturally working together and organically establishing these planning districts and not coming from the counties. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeShays. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And the final pink card that I have for House Bill 569 is from Mr. or Commissioner George McGlaris. Yep, you can give it to Representative Franz. Thank you. So good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. My name is George McGlaris. I'm president of New Hampshire County Commissioners Council, a position I've held for the last 27 years or so. I'm here in support of House Bill 569, which is simply an enabling act that allows counties to create communication districts. if they so choose, and it eliminates some of the ambiguity in the present law. Now, I can understand the concerns regarding the municipal association. They assume that they don't want the counties basically telling the communities what to do, and I get that. However, not all counties are the same. And as an example, in my county, I have 3 cities. Those 3 cities often reach out to the county and ask the county to deal with problems that they have that they can't do on their own. So it has just the opposite effect. So you have some counties that want, some areas of the state that want the counties to participate on problems that they have. The latest one in Stratford County, as an example, is dealing with a homeless issue. No municipality is capable of dealing with homelessness on their own. And because we have 3 cities that are within 10 miles of each other, they've asked the county to act on their behalf to deal with the homeless issue. So I think you ought to make this piece of legislation, in your wisdom, as flexible as possible. Enable the counties to operate, allow the municipalities to opt in or out. They can do that by contract or by MOU. It would also help some of the more rural sections of our state, the more rural counties, to be able to work collaboratively for any type of infrastructure that would be deemed in their interest and the consumer's interest. And I think that's what the sponsor of the legislation is trying to achieve. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Maglaris. Questions? Representative Gilman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If this passes, how do you see the organization of it happening? A central body versus
Well,
each town talking to itself versus.
Well, I think that if it was handled in the way it ought to be handled, which is have the county commissioners extend, if they so choose, an invitation to the municipalities to have a planning discussion regarding communications. And I don't particularly think it ought to be, I think that's just a good idea, generally speaking. I just think it's good public policy to have that happen. It's not using a heavy hand. It's just enabling people to act in cooperation with one another. Sometimes you'll find that many small towns have a parochial attitude, and they want to keep everything to themselves, which works in some cases, but it doesn't work in all cases. For instance, you don't want every town running its own jail for a varying number of reasons. You don't want your own town to run its own nursing home, as an example. First of all, it doesn't make economic sense. And so I see it as more of, I take it more in a positive light, is to have the county commissioners, if they so choose, set up by invitation to the towns, a planning committee to study whether or not it's in their interest, generally speaking. And maybe out of that comes cooperative efforts between communities, and not necessarily the county. Maybe the county won't be involved, but it's a way to get everyone talking to one another, and then they may come up with collaboratives on their own, similar to what we do with school districts, as an example.
Representative Gerard is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. From what I just heard, what you stated, that you're actually not opposed to what NHMA had stated in his testimony, that you're okay with an opt-in or opt-out method. So either
That's
would
correct.
work well for you.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a couple.
Okay.
So on line 7 of the bill, I would like to point out, right, that this is with regards to a communications district planning committee.
Correct.
And then if you look at section 4 of the bill, this is the correct understanding, is that the planning committee would be initiated by the county. However, once that study committee is complete, and there are municipalities within that county that are interested in coming together, the step thereafter is as it is right now. It's municipalities forming this communications district. Is that correct?
That's how I understand
Yes.
it. That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
And if I make one other point to your point, Madam Chair, is that you may find, as a result of that planning, that they want the county involved in some form or manner. And they may want to contract with the county to do it, simply because it makes sense from an economic perspective. That happens on a number of different things, because counties are a little different, even though we have the same basic services that are required by statute. Some counties run different services at the request of municipalities. So it could go either way. You could probably, as a result of your planning commission, they may make a recommendation where you have, say, five towns in a particular county that want to work in a cooperative effort, and the county would be out of it. Those 5 towns would get together. But to me, it all just makes sense for everybody to try to get together and at least start the initial planning process and see how it develops. It wouldn't be any situation where the county would demand anything of the towns or cities.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So at this time, I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets on House Bill 569.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the remote sign-in, we had 4 in support, 4 opposed, and 1 neutral. And on the blue sheet, we had 1 in support and 1 opposed.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 569. Representative Walker, would you mind introducing the bill while you're up? After you're done sorting out the signage? At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 643 FN, expanding the number of Grafton County Commissioners. And we have with us this morning our own Representative Walker to introduce the bill to the committee. Thank you.
Representative David Walker, Stratford 19, not Grafton, but Stratford. This bill expands the number of Grafton County Commissioners from 3 to 5 and provides that all such commissioners shall be elected to 2-year terms.
Thank you. I assume there will be no questions.
Good.
Okay. So next, the chair recognizes Representative Terry Spear. Spar. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, committee. I am from the Grafton County, and I just wanted to share some observations on this bill with you from my perspective. And from what I can tell, there was no needs analysis done by the author of this bill. What it does do is add 2 more positions, expanding big government unnecessarily, costing the taxpayers of my county $40,000 more in taxes every year. This is at a time when our real estate taxes are already ridiculously high and may even go higher with, what's happening with budget cuts at the state level. Sorry, let me get back to my notes here. The Nonpartisan Association of New Hampshire Counties scoffed at this bill. And of the 26 representatives that are in our county, not a single one has co-sponsored it. This bill serves, from what I can tell, no legitimate purpose, is a waste of resources and a waste of time for the committee, and does not make sense for the citizens of New Hampshire and make them any stronger. Any
Thank
questions?
you. Oh, thank you, Representative Spar. Questions? Seeing
you.
none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Kelly Monahan. Monahan.
Sorry.
Okay.
Horrible handwriting these days. Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee for hearing me today. My name is Kelly Monahan. I've served as the Grafton County Register of Deeds for 14 years, surviving 8 general elections and 3 nasty primaries. Grafton County is 5,000 square miles larger than the state of New Hampshire. The 2 districts are a good hour for those commissioner drives to the county complex. We're very spread out with a population of roughly 94,000. As you know, to win your seats, it requires the majority of 30,000 votes. For commissioner level, 30,000. For my level, it's 90,000 constituents I have to reach in that geographic vast turf with very little media coverage. We're generally swamped with general election wave of partisan mailings. And you'll see historically the undervote at the commissioner level is very high percentile because it's at the bottom of the ballot. And quite frankly, many of our citizens have no idea what the county commissioners do. As you know, the delegation's responsible for the budget, the annual budget vote. What the commissioners are responsible for is policy decisions. And those are the invisible underlying decisions that drive costs. When you have people that are not connected to the local community and workforce, they make decisions based on their political ideology and not in the best interest of the county. I do not consider myself a politician. I'm an independent thinker, and I've reached out to my constituents who pay the bills. We are blessed with great tourism scenery. That's a high utilization of the current use program. Dartmouth College, Plymouth State University, Connecticut River, many lakes, and great utilization set up the current use system for hunting and farming, and 2 ski mountains and snowmobile trails. That's a wonderful draw, but the actual citizen working and living there is being burdened with unbelievable property tax increases. As the Register of Deeds, I've seen a wave of people come into Grafton County through COVID, and it's not what you think it is. It's people looking for freedom and peace and some space. So I really do believe that the demographics are shifting, and with the centralized college locations, the forbidden college student vote, that we even discussed this, specifically affects the commissioner level vote to divide that up. I think this is a good idea. I'm sorry there's not more support for it, because dividing up our towns to their interests of their people, just at the county level, would go a great way at their voices being heard. And I have many more points I can say, but I'd like to wrap it up and just take any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. On the fiscal note, if I may, you can divide that, what they're currently spending, by 5, since they're covering 5 towns instead of 3. So that wouldn't be an increase other than the mileage, which there should be oversight on that mileage.
Thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Kate Hedberg. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning and thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Katie Wood Hedberg and I'm the Grafton County Commissioner from District 3. And I'm here today to speak in opposition to this bill. The bottom line is that this bill does not benefit the county nor the citizens. It also increases county spending by about $40,000 per year when it goes into effect. This is money the county can ill afford to put towards such an unprecedented, unnecessary change. Looking at some specifics, it proposes to redistrict outside of the traditional process, which can be confusing to voters. The new districts appear to be drawn by geographical size with no attention to population. These districts are very disparate in population size, ranging by rough estimates from only about 7,000 citizens to over 30,000. On close reading of the bill, Piermont, one of our towns, is not even included in a district. Grafton County, like the majority of New Hampshire counties, has adopted a rotating 4-year term to assure some continuity with the board. This has worked quite well, and I disagree with the proposal to return to 2-year terms. Some institutional knowledge is imperative for efficient management of any organization. Knowing the history of county initiatives, both what was successful and what fell short of the stated goal, prevents repeating mistakes. This is not a partisan issue. It's a strategy for effective and efficient government. Again, I oppose the bill, and thank you for your time and attention.
So before I forget, you've indicated that you do have written testimony?
Yeah, I have one copy.
Okay,
yes.
I can get copies of that if you pass that
I will-
along
I
at
will
the
give it- I will
end.
bring it in,
Yeah,
yep.
and if you want to refer to it. Questions? Representative Walker.
Currently, Grafton has, what's your terms, 4-year terms?
Out of the 3 commissioners, there's 2 2-year terms and 1 4-year term. And so in this past election, I was in District 3 and I ran for a 2-year term. District 1 didn't run. She was in the middle of a 4-year term. And District 2 ran for a 4-year term. So this means that there's 2 there'll be 2 new people, but 1 person will continue for a 4-year term to provide some stability and continuity.
Thank you.
8 of the counties in New Hampshire have adopted the set of terms of a rotating 4-year term.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms., is it Martha McLeod? McLeod. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Martha McLeod, I live in Franconia. I'm a county commissioner for Grafton County as well. I serve District 2, which is the northern Grafton County districts, sort of Littleton, Haverhill, down to the area of Thornton, about that far south, Lincoln, Woodstock area. So a lot of the White Mountain Regional Forest region of the county. And actually, I'm here to represent a New Hampshire Association of Counties as well, which gave me a letter, so it's short. I'll quickly read the high points. They are expressing their opposition to House Bill 643, and the bill would increase the number of county commissioners from 3 to 5 and redistrict the entire county. It's unprecedented to do this, and they don't see a need to make the change, or we don't really. This would be outside the normal traditional redistricting process, so create a bit of confusion for Grafton County. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, sorry. In addition, it eliminates the rotating 4-year term that was adopted just recently. So as Commissioner Hedberg mentioned, our folks from the southern part are already in a 4-year term. I was just elected for a 4-year term. I had served a 2-year term before that, and then the Plymouth area would be moving to a 4-year term in 2 years. We joined 7 other counties in doing this, and it is to ensure continuity to the Board of Commissioners and is seeing the benefits of this addition to the board. So we, the association would urge the committee to vote this bill inexpedient to legislate. If you have additional questions, I can certainly answer county level, but Kate Horgan is available to answer any of New Hampshire Association of Counties questions, and I have her testimony here. And then I did want to mention, as Commissioner Hedberg said, that Piermont is missing from District 2, one of my communities and my towns that I represent. And then I don't have a whole lot more to add, so I don't want to do that for you. But I did grow up in Grafton County. I live in the house. I grew up in Franconia. I graduated from Littleton High School. I know the county quite well. We're a real outdoor recreation county as well as an agricultural county along the river. So participating in hiking, skiing, and in the 4-H group as a young person. And so I really don't see that it's necessary to expand the number of commissioners to 5. I'm not sure that it really is necessary to do that, particularly in the way that they have it in this piece. Oops, sorry about that. And frankly, our county delegation is not asked for doing this. And I think you all know, as members of the county delegation, you have that oversight over the commissioner's budget. And so it seems to work quite well for us as it is. So I would ask you to expedient to legislate a recommendation on this piece of legislation. And if you have any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, and you'll pass
I will
around.
pass around the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and then I'll sign in remotely and put my remarks into your online.
Okay, and also if you want, you had written did you have written testimony of your own?
I don't.
Okay.
I just have it from the New Hampshire
Okay,
Association.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, the chair calls Mr. Paul Phillips. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Paul Phillips. I'm a homeowner in Plymouth. I'm a business owner in Littleton, and I'm a voter and taxpayer in Grafton County. I'm here to oppose HB 643. This bill is a solution looking for a non-existent problem. The voters in Grafton County haven't asked for and don't need any midstream redistricting. And we certainly don't need to increase the number of county commissioners and districts from 3 to 5. These unnecessary changes will put an additional $40,000 per year on Grafton County taxpayers. Currently, the Grafton County commissioners serve 2-year terms with 1 commissioner each cycle serving a 4-year term on a rotating basis. This system has provided stability and continuity for county commissioners, for a county commission that has seen regular turnover of its members. HB 643 would do away with this local solution and replace it with a Concord solution, strict uniformity in the 2-year terms, but adding more districts, more commissioners, and more costs to county government. If the drafters of this bill had any interest in what the voters of Grafton County actually wanted, they would put these questions on every town meeting warrant in Grafton County and let the people decide if they support these changes. Instead, this bill would impose a set of confusing and unnecessary election changes on Grafton County halfway through a 10-year redistricting cycle, solely to serve political goals and not to serve the people of Grafton County. The proposed new districts have no basis in population numbers or community cohesion. Fully 1/3 of Grafton County's population would be inexplicably shoehorned into one of the 5 new election districts. This is not a redistricting plan based on fairness, but only on political manipulation. The clearest evidence that the drafters offer this proposal without concern for the voters and communities of Grafton County is that the new election districts completely omit the town of Piermont. That one glaring error alone should be enough to kill this bill. In sum, I oppose HB 643, and I urge you all to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Questions for Mr. Phillips? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Commissioner Maglaris. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, members of the committee, George Maglaris, President of the New Hampshire County Commissioners Council. I appear today before you in opposition to this bill. I want to mention a couple of things to you folks, and then I'm going to sit down. I served on this committee almost 50 years ago. I was a member of the Municipal and County Government Committee. Back then, when we had changes to be made to county government in terms of the county commissioners, it was always a decision by the county delegation. The delegation would meet and look through things like creating districts and 4-year terms and all these things. And the delegation then would sponsor a bill to change the way things are done in their county. And that was always recognized by the legislature. And I can name you, I've been a county commissioner now for 21 terms. I can name you dozens and dozens of instances where particular counties wanted to do a certain thing in their county. But it was the county delegation that made that decision, collectively. In recent years, we're seeing these bills that are politically motivated, that didn't get the proper political airing, in the best term of the word, by the county delegation. And this is the case with what happened in Grafton, this particular bill. It seems to me that the delegation, if history is any teacher, and usually history is a very good teacher, that the delegation should meet on a proposal like this and air it out themselves, and then make a determination as to how they wish to govern their particular county. Have legislation like this crop up these things have cropped up over the years many, many times. They usually don't gain any traction for that very reason. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, because that's how we used to do it 50 years ago when I was here, and I didn't think it was a bad practice, and I think that practice should continue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maglaris. Questions? Representative Walker is recognized for a question.
Yes, how many, does most counties in the state of New Hampshire have 3 commissioners? How many
Yes.
have more than 3?
Nobody has more than 3.
Okay.
They all have 3.
That's what I figured.
And that was decided in 1856, when commissioners' positions were created by statute. They did that. Those folks back then did it basing it on a selectman type of government that they had in towns. Having 3 selectmen in most towns, they decided not to have one commissioner, which back then, there was arguments as to having the executive counselor elect a number of executive councils, have that executive counselor act as the commissioner for each county. They had multiple debates about this for many, many years. But anyway, they ended up creating 3 commissioners, similar to what they have in towns at the time. Now, some towns have changed. Now we have town councils and things like that. It's all evolved. But initially, you didn't have that. Because of New Hampshire's distrust of power in the executive branch. That's why we have one of the weakest governors in the country, with an executive council who acts as a check on the governor. Same thing with county government. Nothing can happen unless you get 2 commissioners to agree to it. And it's all because of our distrust of government.
Thank you for that interesting history. I appreciate it. Further questions? Representative Gilman has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This committee has seen several bills where different counties want to be treated differently. And my question to you is, will you work with me over the summer to see if we can straighten some of them out?
Yeah, I would be more than happy to do that. I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it because it's the truth. At the end of this term, I'll have been in public office 50 years. every one of these bills that I've seen over that course of time were mostly political vendettas. Matter of fact, 95% of them were political vendettas. And we used to pride ourselves and recognize that as such years ago. In recent years, we weaponized the system against people, which I think doesn't serve the population well. And I'm a member of the old school Democratic Party, which just basically doesn't exist anymore. I'm a Roosevelt and Truman Democrat. My family's been in public office in the city of Dover. I'm a former mayor, this two-term mayor of the city of Dover. I didn't run again because I gave it up for Lent. But most of these types of legislation over the course of time were political vendettas. Some of them survived the review of the county delegation, and it was put into law. So I don't mind working with you with this committee on any of these things. I just bring some kind of historical perspective to it because there's a lot of new members here. A third of you turn over every 2 years. That's not me talking. That's just reality. So there's not a lot of institutional knowledge left here anymore, and so we're forced into into our own little our party systems, which years ago, although that was the case, after the elections, that was all put aside, and we did what was best interests of the people in the end. The weaponization that we have today does not serve us well. And I'm just saying that for what it's worth.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So the last pink card that I have is for Representative Horgan. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you. It's good to be here. So I'm resident Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which of course is in Stratford County, the town of Durham. And hope I don't seem too presumptuous for someone from Stratford County speaking about a bill from Grafton County, although Commissioner McLaris just spoke very eloquently. And actually one of the two sponsors is from Stratford County. And unlike, I don't know if she's ever lived in Grafton County, but I actually lived in Grafton County for 10 years, lived in Orford and then in Hanover and then in Lebanon, and I was even the Lebanon city chair for two years. So I've got a little bit of standing to talk about it. So I think apparently there's no local interest in it. So nobody is, this is something the sponsors came up on their own. And so it's obvious there's no support for it. That's one reason probably not to move forward with the bill. And there's also the fact that they left a town out, the town of Piermont, the lovely town of Piermont, just north of Orford, a place I know very well. So I'm like, they deserve to be in a county. They deserve a county commissioner too. So I really don't. That's kind of an appalling mistake actually. And I'm, I'm surprised that fell through the cracks. I'm surprised the sponsors didn't notice it. I'm surprised the drafting attorney didn't notice it. I'm surprised the sponsors didn't turn out the drafting. And I'm also surprised that the leadership in the caucus that the sponsors belong to never noticed it. So how that happened, that's, and we've had some errors like that, including one which I'll be dealing with later, and I'm just amazed. So I'm just amazed that could have happened. So as somebody, I haven't been in office as long as Commissioner McLaris, although we're close to the same age. I've only been there 17 years, but still, I've been here long enough, been in office long enough to be kind of personally embarrassed that such a blatant error could have followed through the practice. So that alone is probably that alone kind of annoys me. So that's one of the reasons I decided to just sit down and take up 2 minutes of your time to say that I oppose the bill. So, and if you do want to expand change the Grafton County Commission, that should be, first of all, that should probably be done, after the next decennial census in 2030. It should be done with some, local discussion with some support from the delegation. And actually, ironically, this particular county is easier to divide into three parts than any of the others because the population is most of the population is down in one corner of the county where Lebanon and Hanover and Enfield are. And then there's where Plymouth is another population center. And then up in Woodsville, where the county seat is, another population center. So actually it's fairly easy to draw three districts centered on those three populations, it's very easy actually to divide into 3 districts based on those 3 population centers. So and also it's a small county, so the districts would be pretty small. So I would probably small population in terms of county. So like you'll be drawing very small districts. So it's probably easier to have 3 districts. That's probably of all the counties, that's the one that probably like needs a larger county commissioner district less than any others. So I would just say ITL this bill. And it's reason enough that they left the town out. As I said, I can't believe that happened. Like what the heck? So anyway, that's my testimony. So
Thank
happy
you,
to take any-
Representative Horgan. Questions for the representative?
Yeah.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
So that was the last pink card. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak on the bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the blue sheet, there was one in support. It's in support, but they ended up speaking to us anyway. And on the remote sign-in, there's 0 in support and 72 opposed.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 643 FN. Just, that's the only card? Okay.
It seems they avoid them.
That's, yeah. Representative Page, do you have a pink card? Oh, it's coming from the opposite direction. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 544 local relative to an optional local public safety assessment on certain room occupancies. Okay, so the chair recognizes Representative Page to introduce the bill to us this morning. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everyone for having me. And I hope that everyone enjoyed the amazing snow we had yesterday. Up in the valley, it was my son's 10th birthday party. So we spent the whole day out in the snow, having snowball fights, having a great time, having s'mores at a bonfire, and it was a great time. I hope all of you come up for the snow to the Mount Washington Valley. It's a beautiful place to come, all 4 seasons. We love having visitors. I don't know if folks saw, but earlier this season, USA Today said that Conway is America's best ski town. And of course, those of us who live there know that already, but it was still a great honor and it was exciting to see that recognized. And the next time you're up in the Mount Washington Valley, I hope that you will enjoy it. We love having you. I hope you'll also take a moment to pause and think about what it takes to run a town like Conway. And the way I think of it is those of us who live in the Mount Washington Valley, it's like we live simultaneously in 2 parallel universes. There's sort of one universe in which we live, on a weekday night in April, or a cold day in November after the leaves are all gone, but before the snow comes, where we live in a really sleepy, quaint, rural town. It's the town my mom grew up in, it's the town my granddad grew up in, and it's a tiny, tiny place, tight-knit community. And then we live simultaneously in this other universe, which is pretty much any day in the summer, any holiday weekend, a powder day like we had yesterday. And that is a busy, raucous, boisterous town, a very different town. The trouble is that our population of about 10,000 people, 10,000 locals, balloons at these different times of the year. So at any given point, in the summer, we may be a town of 40,000 people instead of a town of 10,000 people. And that poses huge challenges for local people because it's local people who are bearing all the costs of that 40,000 person town that we sustain intermittently throughout the year. What that means is everything is supersized in Conway, right? So we have a police force that is at least twice the size of what you would expect in a town of 10,000, but it's still those same 10,000 locals who are sustaining that. We have wastewater infrastructure that is built to accommodate those 40,000 people. So this is a big problem. And if you talk to my constituents in my town, this is the least partisan issue you can imagine. Everybody in town is on the same page on this, Democrat, Republican, Independent. What we are seeking are tools. We love our visitors. We love being this beautiful place that people come to. As my aunt says, whenever we're kind of like dealing with traffic or any of these other annoying issues that come from tourists being in town, she says, how lucky are we that we get to live in the place that everybody else wants to come? And I do feel that way. I feel that way. I love where we live. But what all my constituents want from the state, from us here, are better tools to deal with the fact that this transient population in our communities is such a major driver of costs for the town. We lack tools to capture municipal revenue from this visitation to defray the costs that they are creating. And that's the crux of the issue. So this bill proposes one tool. And my ask to everyone here, with complete humility, is if you hate this solution, tell us what other solution might work for you. Because the people in my town are frustrated. They're frustrated that they are bearing the costs of this tourism, which we all benefit from across the state, right? All this money is, from rooms and meals is flowing into our state budget. It's helping us pay for the things we all need. It's being dispersed out to other municipalities. So the folks in my town are clamoring for better tools that will help us defray these costs that we are bearing for everyone. I think we're flexible on the solutions, but inaction for my constituents is a non-option. So what does this bill do? The goal of this bill, in essence, is to create a user fee for the municipal services that our visitors often take for granted, right? That police force, that oversized police force, that oversized wastewater infrastructure, all these costs that we're bearing from accommodating all of those visitors. It is a local option. This is strictly local option. It would require approval of the legislative body, and all the revenues collected would be held in a fund and limited to the purposes contemplated by this bill. It's not a free-for-all. It's not just the money comes in and you can spend it however you want. It is intended to be spent on defraying the costs that this visitation creates. What this bill would do, it would allow the municipality to create an occupancy fee of up to $2 per night that the municipality would then hold, and that those funds could be used to defray those costs. We also recognize that there are some associated costs to the operators. In this bill, we have said that just like with the meals and rooms tax, they are allowed to retain 3% of the money they collect to help them to defray their own costs. So with that, I will turn it over for questions, and I appreciate your support.
Questions? Representative Girard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my questions. I guess I have a couple questions. Hopefully I can do a follow-up in a moment. How do the overnight stays burden the community? I guess is my first question.
How do overnight stays burden the community? Is that the question? The transient traffic in the community is the burden, right? So we have, if we have a town of 10,000 people and suddenly we have 40,000 people in the town, we have all the challenges of a town of 40,000, right? So while our local population has not grown and our tax base has not grown, we have to have the police force that is able to deal with that larger population and the disruptions caused by that larger population. Similarly, wastewater is another example. Our roads are another example, that we are dealing with a tremendous amount of visitation and that brings costs to the municipality.
Follow up.
Yes.
Based upon your comments, I'm looking at lines 14 through 16 where you talk about this money wouldn't go to the general fund. If we're actually trying to offset the costs of services, why wouldn't this offset the general fund? It says such funds shall be used to augment funding of the cost of municipal service associated with the increase in tourism transient. Any funds received shall not be deemed part of the general fund accumulated surplus.
I think I follow your question. I think our goal here was our goal in this language was to ensure, and I think this was meant to some degree as a reassurance to folks, that this money wouldn't just go toward anything under the sun, right? That we would try to ensure that these were tailored to specific areas of the municipal budget that were impacted by that transient traffic.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'll keep it simple. Would you be open to, on lines 17, 24, 2, and I think that's it, adding the town council?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for your presentation. I've been caught up in Conway traffic numerous times. I appreciate your dilemma. I have two questions, maybe one. Firstly, do you have an estimate of how much revenue would be realized through a local option rooms tax not to exceed $2? And is that a $2 per room or per person per night?
Thank you. That is a great question. I don't have a current estimate on that. I know that our town manager was hoping to be here and he would probably be better able to comment on that. He did not make it. I would be happy to have him follow up with you on the question regarding the estimate.
Mm-hmm.
I would say at this point it would strictly be an estimate, right? I think we probably won't have a great figure until it's actually been collected, right? And in terms of the occupancy, that's a good question. My assumption and my intention was that it would be per room, but I will double check on that and make sure that that is the case.
Follow up?
Yes.
Would this tax also apply to short-term rental occupancies?
It does include room facilitators. Correct.
Further questions? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you so much for taking my question. I have long been in support of this kind of idea, being on the seacoast and experiencing similar things. And I can't believe I'm asking this question. I must have asked it before, or we must have addressed it. But have you contacted DRA about the accounting for this? Is this a do to, do from kind of situation? Or, you know, how does the money get transferred and when? Or is that just part of what the community would establish?
The intent of the bill is for it to reside within the municipality.
Representative Gilman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. In your town, are the water and sewer services enterprise funds being separated from taxes?
That's a great question, and I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Grund is recognized.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So following up on for an earlier question, when towns, cities do their budgets, they budget for revenue as well. So you would probably do an estimate budget of the $2. You'd probably have an idea. The first year would be hard, I'm sure, but you'd just put it into a revenue line. I don't know. Do you think there's really a need to offset into a special revenue fund because it's going to be dispersed to different utilities, different safety groups, this and that, wouldn't it just be part of revenue?
So I think you're getting at the same question that Representative Gerard asked. I don't object to the direction in which you're headed with that question. However, I will say that I have received pushback from those who have concern that not handling it in this manner would mean that the funds could be used for purposes unrelated to those intended by the bill. So it was framed in this way to try to address those concerns. I understand what you're saying, but I think we framed it this way to try to assuage those concerns that others had raised.
Yes.
All right, so a quick follow-up. So when we budget our expenses, you're budgeting for that 40,000 people, not the 10,000 people. So the revenue is there to offset the expenses. So I just go back to it's going to be dispersed to so many different groups. This seems like a complicated way to factor the revenue.
Heard and understood.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I started doing research in one town regarding short-term rentals and whether or not they were registered with DRA for rooms and meals tax. And 3 out of 7 were not. Does Conway in any way research for enforcement purposes the rooms and meals tax registrations?
So you're raising a really important question, and one that I think is deserving of the legislature's attention. The answer to your question about Conway is yes. We have town staff who have in a very inefficient manner, frankly, on the local taxpayer's dime, done that work of going onto these various platforms and scraping that data and, determining how many of these rentals are on the market, those short-term rentals. I will say that is in my mind, that is a very inefficient way to do that work. There should be a much more efficient way to handle that, and perhaps at the state level. But to answer your question directly, Conway is deciding to do that.
Representative Frucht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another question. Have you done any comparative analysis between instituting a flat up to $2 per room fee or tax versus any other sort of local tax, such as a local, say, another % on the rooms and meals tax, or perhaps instituting, I know this is New Hampshire and it's not right, but perhaps a 1 or 2% sales tax?
Well, I'll echo your comment about the last part about a sales tax. I don't think that's on the table ever. In ter- Go for it. You go for it. I'm going to stay over here on that one. In terms of meals and rooms, I think that is an alternate path. I will say, as my son would say, the math isn't mathing. You know, when I think about trying to put forward some sort of rejiggering of our meals and rooms formula to deliver more, for example, I'm not proposing this, but for example, to deliver more of the revenue to the towns that are contributing the most. What that suddenly starts is a war between people in different municipalities, right? Where, okay, my town may get more, but that means your town gets less. And then when I think about trying to move that through the legislature, whether or not I think it's fairer, I can't get, Manchester's not going to get on board. Nashua's not going to get on board. And I just don't see that as a realistic path politically that we'll get it done that way, personally. If this committee, back to my initial plea of if this option doesn't work for you all, help me find an option that does. If this committee is on board with that path, let's talk. But I think this to me represents the most realistic solution to the problem that towns like mine face.
Further questions? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I would be happy to work with you on this. My question was, there's an exception for municipalities for rooms and meals tax. I think about people who receive local assistance from municipalities to stay in a hotel.
Right.
Would municipalities be exempt and from paying this $2, robbing Peter to pay Paul?
Yes, that's the intent. There is a 30-day, like typically you're looking at like emergency housing assistance is the kind of thing I'm assuming you're talking about.
Yeah.
So there is it would not apply for folks who are for 30 days or longer in a motel, for example. And we have a lot of that. In Carroll County, we're the only county that has no homeless shelter and no transitional housing. So that is how we handle that. And we tried to craft this to accommodate that. I'm also open to additional language there to reinforce that.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can assure you when we start, it will not be as eloquent as the prior speaker. I will give you a little answer another question you brought up before. The short-term rental in the hotels and try to get a picture for you. When David was talking about the constituent uproar, when people say to me, when the first thing I see coming out of the car next door is 2 30 packs of Bud Light, I know it's going to be a tough weekend for me. Because they are SDRs that are in multiple areas, formerly residential areas in town. And if you've driven through the strip, what's remaining of the strip in North Conway, if you could get through on a busy day, there are multiple hotels, and those candidly aren't as concerning as some of the STRs that you were talking about. But the question becomes, where does this money go and why? It's because we have the additional short-term folks there, hotels, a little more policing significantly by their security staffs than other people in town. That creates more calls for our police, more calls for our fire, more calls for our EMS service. These services that are paid out of local taxes, local representatives, and get no reimbursement for. There's nothing coming back to the town for the extra calls. So when Dave was talking about going a double police force for size 20,000 or 10,000 people and now 30 or 40, that's where some of that cost comes from. And that's why the separate count was to go back for police, fire, EMS, and wastewater. We are a small town. Last year we sat here, David and I, and the mayors of Manchester, Concord, Portsmouth, Hamlin, they were all here because this is enabling legislation. This is not for the state. This is if their particular town or city wants it, if you folks allow it, and its house downstairs allows it, and it goes through the process. because it gives them another tool, as they indicated. So that's the big concern with this particular piece of legislation, is it is a tool for those particular locales that have it. It's not for every city and town. There are a lot of cities and towns in New Hampshire that don't have a hotel or don't have these problems and don't have the extra cost of services. So we have a hard time keeping up with that cost in our town because it goes back to the 10,000 people. You're all talking about taxes in New Hampshire, residential tax, and after your assessment and the bill comes in, I'm sure your town's no different than ours. They're all screaming the taxes are up. Well, they are up. But these are artificially increased because of the costs that aren't related to what locals get out of it. And that's the whole purpose of this piece. And I'd go back to the fact that it is enabling and that we're just trying to help those three services, police, fire, and EMS. Last year, we had 5 fire departments in town. 3 volunteer, 2 with 2 employees, 2 with 1. This year, we have 2 remaining. Volunteers, unlike David, they're like me. They're getting too old. And there's nobody left in the fire departments. So there's just the cost of increased fire department, increased staffing in the 2 we have left. The EMS service the same way. And I guess I would close with a picture. And the picture is my hotel bill when I go someplace. Typically, people travel for a couple of reasons. Unfortunately, for death or illness, and all the rest of it's discretionary money. And when you get your hotel bill, and I'm sure I'm at the lower end because I stay at the lower end of the hotel bill, versus Conway has hotels that go from $200 to $500 a night. All right, and I'm sure some of the towns you have. And you get your $250 bill, and then you get this tax, that tax, and you look down the bottom. I'm taking it to Disneyland, right? You get a hotel bill that says $200 a night, and the local tax, state tax, county tax, safety assessment, $2, da-da-da. You aren't thinking about those $2. You're paying $250 or $500 for your hotel bill. The last thing you're thinking about is a $2 safety assessment. It's nothing to you. It's not going to impact tourism by any means. It's not going to impact our B&Bs. It's not going to impact anything. So this enabling legislation is actually putting an additional safety fee for safety for the people who are coming to our town that's causing additional costs for our town. And I would be happy to take any questions that you may have, and I'm sure if I get stuck, I'll call David.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock. Questions for the representative? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chairman McDonald is recognized.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Representative Woodcock. Why can't you as a town just charge the hotel that fee and they don't pass it on to the consumer?
You mean the nightly occupancy fee?
Yeah, I just don't want to, I don't like to see just a minute. I don't want to see like a bill where it says $200 here, rooms and tax, $50, and then this, whatever you want to call this particular fee. Why can't you as a community automatically just charge the hotel for, say, 100 nights at whatever fee you want to charge them at $200 without passing it on to the consumer?
Representative McDowell, that's an interesting question. We hadn't thought of that candidly, because you roll it into the hotels, which are easier, obviously, to dialogue with in terms of reconciliation. But the short-term rentals in our town are also an additional, I would say, more problemsome than the hotels. So it's just trying to get back, because it's not going to impact the business and the operator of the hotel. So I think it becomes more discriminatory when you do that, when you say you're just going to charge the hotels or on every night. It's also easy to do in nightly occupancy. And as the bill shows, anything over 30, it's not going to hit anybody, any apartments. If you rent an apartment for a month, it's not going to impact that. It's just the people who are there and transient tourists using those costs. So we hadn't looked at that, to be honest with you, Representative McDonald, because we thought it was, at least 2 years ago, was more discriminatory, trying to identify a particular entity and then charging for a cost that may not be.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Further questions? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my quick question. How many full-time and volunteer firefighters do you have? Firefighters, paramedics, the whole range?
Volunteer and full-time? We have 3, I think 3 and 2. We have maybe the maximum of 7, I'm going to say between the 2 new stations, because they just came together, maybe 7 full-time. and volunteer every time you ring the bell who can get out of work. So I have no idea. If they're down here when it goes off, we'll just have a nice foundation left when you get there.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Brody DeShays.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we strongly support House Bill 544. I'll be very brief with my testimony. This would allow the legislative bodies and municipalities to adopt up to a local $2 per occupancy fee for folks who stay overnight at hotels. This is a very modest fee. By looking for public support, you're essentially asking your property taxpayers for a new form of relief. New Hampshire has a long history of making sure that tourists who utilize our communities and our spaces, that they're helping offset the cost to the state municipalities. This was done, for at least 50 years now with the meals and rooms tax. The goal of this bill would be for that $2, up to that $2 modest fee. It could be less than that. It could be a percentage, but no more than $2. Would offset the disproportionate costs some municipalities bear to drive this rooms and meals tax revenue and to drive our tourism economy. There are some of our larger cities or some of our more tourism towns like Wolfboro, Conway, or others really do a lot to build their infrastructure to make sure that there's the proper infrastructure there that exists to ensure that hotels and higher density development can be there, and to take care of their different public spaces, beaches, and other recreating areas, so then our tourism economy can survive and thrive. And some municipalities would like to be able to have the right to raise this $2 fee to help offset those costs, specifically in this case, to whatever the public body would decide this money would go towards, whether it's strictly public safety, upkeep of some of the different infrastructure costs, whatever kind of tourism related expenses there may be. This bill supports local property taxpayers, so then that burden doesn't just fall onto them. Municipalities have only one way of raising revenue. That's through either different fees the state permits or property taxes. And the majority of the different support that municipalities provide and the different infrastructure they provide to support a tourism industry fall on the backs of property taxpayers. So this bill would be a creative solution or some form of it. I've heard some interesting and good ideas to help those municipalities, though, figure out a way to make sure that the burden of supporting the tourism industry isn't just on the property taxpayers, that some of that burden can be shared by those who are visiting, recreating, and utilizing the services, who aren't full-time residents of the state, but visitors, and who are probably quite happy, considering they're racking up bills on other things, to pay that additional $2 a night to help keep our tourism industry sustainable and our funding stream sustainable too for the property taxpayers. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeShays. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So the last pink card that I have is from Ms. Heidi Milbrand. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members. My name is Heidi Milbrand. I own and operate Pleasant View Bed and Breakfast in Bristol, New Hampshire. I've been the inn wench up there for over 21 years. I am also the president of the Lakes Region Bed and Breakfast Association. I am the past president of the New Hampshire Bed and Breakfast Association, and I am the current vice chair of lodging on the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. I am here to speak against HB 544. And I must start off by saying, here we go again. I need someone to explain to me why they feel the need to single out lodging, just lodging, for this ridiculous tax. And that's what it is, a tax, which down the road is going to encourage more worthless legislation for more unnecessary taxes. This so-called fee is very discriminatory. And I love that word discriminatory in today's world. It states in your proposed bill that the funds shall be used to augment funding for the cost of municipal services associated with the increase in tourism and transient taxes. Do people just magically show up at my bed and breakfast and not go anywhere or do anything? Why not add this fee to restaurant bills, at the gas pumps, at the tolls, at the grocery store, and entertainment facilities. Tourism is a major part of the New Hampshire economy. Why is lodging being singled out and called a burden to municipal budgets? I'll answer that for you. Lodging facilities are not a particular burden, they're just an easy target to tax. My business sits in the beautiful Newfound Lake region, and we rely heavily on tourists. Legitimate lodging establishments already collect 8.5% M&R, and the M&R has already lost its credibility. What was once used to promote tourism in the state now goes into the general fund line in my town to be used for whatever. And I'm just going to digress a second here. I was sitting back there, and even in the previous two bills that we heard, people were complaining of their increase in taxes. Personally, my taxes just went up over $3,000 this year. Over $3,000 in taxes. And I looked at Conway's M&R, what they're getting for their taxes from M&R. They're getting over $900,000 this year. That's going to pay a lot of cops for some public safety out there. And I'm sure this happens with other cities and towns when they receive their fair share of the M&R. And now some want more. Adding another fee to my guests is going to deter them from staying and reduce my business. When I travel, nothing frustrates me more than seeing my bill from a lodging facility that includes a city tax, occupancy tax, a state tax, and an airport tax if I happen to stay near one. As legitimate lodging businesses, we're already undermined by Airbnb, VRBO, and other online booking companies, as well as real estate rental companies, who do and can work outside the state regs. Are towns going to be required or able to collect the $2 per room per night from these online companies? And if you look at the RSA, which I did this morning at 7:30, Airbnbs, VRBOs are not covered in the RSA. And according to the stats, they rent a lot of rooms. They're not just Mrs. Smith renting an extra room in her house. They're major international companies. Bristol has one legitimate lodging, me, and no other legitimate lodging operations. And I am, as are my fellow B&B and innkeepers, very transparent in our operations. Because companies like Airbnb don't have to compete on a level playing field, we're losing local business. I can't see how my 7-room bed and breakfast is going to make enough to fund our town's ability to augment funding for the cost of municipal services associated with the increase in tourism and transient traffic. And again, I'm going to digress. When he said, when I can't see his name, it's got a glare on it, they're going to just bill us an estimated amount of money, bill me directly for how many rooms I have? Seriously? I see that these revenues collected shall be deposited in a capital reserve fund, tourism support fund, revolving fund, or other special revenue fund, and as may be authorized. And the requirement for the use of these funds is so loose that ways will be devised to use them anyway. So you want to tax one business for the benefit of a town's bottom line. And how is this tax going to be enforced? Does it give the state or even my town the right to audit me to make sure I'm giving my town the $2 a room? Big Brother's truly watching me. And what about administrative and enforcement costs to the town? How will they be paid? I also see that the bill's requirement to go into effect, towns need to vote on it. I shudder at that thought. I know how my people in my town think, and they're going to view this as a property tax reduction, and it's going to get voted in without regard to its long-term consequences or thought of the overall cost to implement and administer the collected fee. The amount that small towns could collect is inconsequential. This bill is obviously being proposed by larger cities as a money grab for them. Why do you think it's okay to burden one business segment to collect monies for a town that's not able to properly balance their budget? The bottom line is, it's going to put an additional burden on me, the town, and my fellow legitimate lodging partners to collect and remit yet another tax. The proposed legislation is very careful to call it a fee. However, that's just political speak. Let's call it what it truly is, another tax. I urge you to truly think about what you're requesting. Please don't turn New Hampshire into Taxachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was the last pink card that I had. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill? We do. Did you fill out a pink card? Okay. So welcome to municipal and county government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. I wasn't going to testify, but I wanted to make a couple of additional points. Obviously here in opposition to House Bill 544. A couple of things that I want to raise that I don't think were mentioned that I think are worth noting. As Heidi just mentioned, this bill does not cover short-term rentals, not in the definition of hotels, not in the definition of occupant. Nowhere in any of that does this capture the short-term rentals. So ultimately, having heard from the municipalities that testified, short-term rentals create the problems, and then the hotels are expected to pay for them. And I think that's unfair, and I think that's a huge problem for the state. And granted, there's a problem. We need to figure it out, but that's not necessarily a fair and equitable solution. One other thing that I want to raise for you is that the FTC recently passed a junk fee rule, and I'm not sure if you heard about this. Hotels are included in this. The junk fee rule basically prohibits us from having anything outside of taxes, government taxes, would have to be included in the total price of the occupancy. So then now we're in a situation where it is unclear to us if this fee would then be forced to just become part of the price, and therefore ultimately the business owner is going to be paying this. So, at that point, it's a bit of tomato, but it essentially just becomes another bill that the business is going to have to pay. I also did not hear anybody really mention the importance of the commercial tax base. Yes, I understand residential taxes are going up. My personal taxes went up dramatically as well. But I also think that municipalities forget that these commercial businesses in all of their jurisdictions are paying an enormous amount of commercial property tax, and much of that goes to the town. So we just need to recognize that there is an awful lot of feedback going into the towns from commercial tax base, from the meals and rentals tax, et cetera. So there's an awful lot of money that is being generated by these businesses from tourism that are going back to the municipalities already. And then the other thing, and this is a question, and I don't know the answer, but it's a question for all of you as you deliberate on this particular piece of legislation, is at a $2 fee, the question I have is that even going to raise enough money for the municipality to actually cover the cost of enforcement administration of this? Because now you're essentially going to have tax or fee collection, whatever you want to call it, by the business remitted to the town. The town's going to have to keep track of that. There's going to have to be some sort of a verification process that I would assume this then triggers a new audit process for the business owner, which is another thing that we would have to deal with. So in all of that process, my suspicion is $2 isn't going to cover the cost for the municipality to even administer this program, which means that we'll be back here next year or the year after looking at a $5 per night fee, which is obviously one thing that our industry does not necessarily want to see. So with that, I will close. I'm happy to try to answer any questions, and I will submit a pink card. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Elwood is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I just lost my reference to RSA line 6 and 7, defining a room facilitator. Isn't that not applicable to an Airbnb or short-term rental?
Again, I was just looking at the definitions that were included at the start of the bill, where it talks about a hotel and it talks about an occupancy. And in those references, which is what, RSA 78A3 something, in those references, it just specifically outlines as hotels.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. If you do read RSA 78-A:3 Roman XIX-A, defining room facilitator, it is any person who makes a room available for occupancy.
So under I'm sorry, I don't have the bill in front of me, so I'm speaking from the hip a little bit here, but I looked specifically at the definitions, the two definitions that listed at the start of the bill, which speaks to hotel and it speaks to occupant. And under occupant in the statute, which I believe is 12, XII, means any person who, for rent paid uses, possesses or has a right to use or possess any room in a hotel under any lease, concession, permit, right of access. So in that, in my reading, it's just for, but again, you're the policy committee on this. I'm just raising our concerns and issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I understand the view of this being an attack on a particular line of business. But my question to you is, would lodgings and other services or similar services be able to support what you do if you don't have the infrastructure of the fire and police and water and sewer?
Fair question. But we are also of the opinion that the rooms and meals tax that municipalities receive now is for that very purpose, is to support that infrastructure for tourism. And I would also say that people don't come to New Hampshire to stay in a hotel. People come to New Hampshire to hike, bike, snowmobile, ski, whatever it might be. There is no fees charged to any of them on any of that activity. It's just the lodging properties, well, and restaurants as well. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So at this time, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, there were 4 in support and 4 opposed, and you might want to take a look at them because 2 of them don't apply to this bill. So, and on the blue sheet today, 3 in support and 0 opposed.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 544 local is now closed. Thank you. Thanks for that. Okay, what's this? So at this time, the committee is over an hour behind schedule. So just would like to note that. So we may need to keep track of time, maybe not. We'll see how it goes. But at this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 125 relative to electing Stratford County Commissioners at Large. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Horgan. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. It's in, and I'm interest of full disclosure, it's in the same county commissioner district, which recently reelected Commissioner McGlaris, who's sitting behind me, and I expect may have a pink card in. So he's been serving many, many terms since he was very young and doing a great job. So, my bill has, I will say my bill has 6 sponsors, all of them from Stratford County, and the current redistricting plan, I'm going to point out what I think are some deficiencies in it, but I will say every town is included and every ward in the 3 cities. They're all included, and actually it also does meet the basic statistical requirements for districts. So it's it could have been worse. But so up until the most recent election cycle, Stratford County elected its 3 county commissioners at large. It was the only county who did this. It's been doing this, I've heard since 1865. Anyway, a very, very long time. And So I may be prejudiced, but I think that's how all the smaller counties should choose their commissioners. Notwithstanding the remarks I made about how it is easy to divide Grafton County into 3 districts, but I think probably even Grafton County, there's a case to be made for even having that county as an at-large district. Stratford County is unique because there really is no good way to divide the county up into 3 pieces. I mean, maybe it's better than what we were talking about a few minutes ago, but its 2 largest cities are Rochester and Dover. They have almost exactly the same number of residents. They're each about 25% of the total population. Stratford County, geographically, it's the smallest county in the state. Its population is about, in fact, I think it's exactly average. We're very close to exactly 10% of the county, of the total population of the state. And the redistricting plan hastily passed in 2023. As I said, it could have been much worse, but it did meet some basic statistical standards. It's really not a good plan at all. This proposed District 2, the one where I live and Commissioner McGlaris lives, it's not even contiguous except in the very loosest sense of the term contiguous, although I will say in all fairness, we have drawn other districts that relied on the same thing. So it's, if you look at the map, it's contiguous because there's one point where I forget exactly which ward it is, in Dover and Durham meet out in the middle of the Bellamy River underwater. So it's not really a contiguous district. But Stratford County consists of 3 cities and 10 towns, all of which are actually included in the the current county redistricting county commissioner plans. At least every town and every ward and every city does at least have a county commissioner. One of those 10 towns, Durham, where I live, is for almost all practical purposes a city. The only really significant differences in terms of how it's governed between Durham and the 3 cities is that it calls itself a town. It lacks a mayor. It just has a town council and a city manager, and it has no wards. And the third difference is probably crucial for the current discussion we're having, because the lack of wards meant there was no way to carve Durham up between multiple electoral districts. And I was actually living in Grafton County when they made the changeover, but I seem to recall that may have been one of the reasons why they decided to have just a town with no wards. So like they wouldn't have to worry about it being subdivided between multiple. They probably weren't thinking about county commissioner districts, but certainly between multiple state rep districts. So we do like we do like having like at least 4 reps, including myself, all to ourselves, and not splitting them up with some other city. So Durham is actually significantly larger than the smallest city, which is Somersworth. So we have it's 12% of the population. Somersworth only has 9% of the population. Well, they do have 5 wards to work with. And the 3 cities in Durham collectively comprise 71% of the county's population. So there was some talk about that the towns needed more representation on the when they passed the 3-district plan, although the plan they passed didn't really do that. But it's highly unusual to pass a redistricting plan in the middle of a 10-year census cycle. And of course, it's probably highly unusual to rescind a redistricting plan and have a single at-large district in the middle of a 10-year census cycle. But we're going back to what was taken up during the normal process for redistricting. So redistricting bills, normally, they're only taken up immediately after the decennial census, such as the 2020 census, which we had 5 years ago, or the 2030 census, which is coming up pretty soon, at least hopefully coming up pretty soon. Everything is kind of uncertain nationwide, but the issue of changing that large election of the Stratford County Commissioners never came up at all during the redistricting debate, which was in the last few months of 2021 and the first half of 2022. And I was not on the redistricting committee, but I followed all the meetings closely. And I remember the one where they dealt with the county commissioners. They just sort of approved the at-large district in about 3 minutes. This was not a major controversy. And certainly before that, when they had the various hearings and the rest of the process, nobody asked for it. This was not something that anybody said, gee, we really should divide Stratford County, the 3 county commissioners districts. People were happy with the at-large district. And so that was just something basically no one ever asked for, except for a few members of the county delegation, not even anything close to majority of the county delegation. And so this is just something, certainly nobody in the public asked for this. And in fact, and the convoluted boundaries of the 3 new districts don't make any no sense at first glance, but they, as I said, they do bring the population deviation of the redistricting plan within the standard, like there's a 5% population deviation. So it does meet the basic, it does meet the basic statistical standards. And of course, if that's what you're worried about, if that's the justification for drawing the county commissioner districts the way they are, if you have a single at-large district and this, it's just a 3-member, multi-member district, that reduces the population deviation even further to 0. So if what you want is reduce the population deviation, what we had, the at-large district is the way to go. So, and
Representative
yeah,
Horgan,
yeah.
You're at the 5-minute limit.
Well,
Would you be
I'm
able
sorry.
to
Well, yeah,
wrap it up?
I just had well, 2 more things. One,
Okay.
I am the so please return to Stratford County's a good tradition of electing 3 county commissioners from a single at-large district. But also, I have to mention, I passed around a second sheet of paper along with my written testimony, which is a amendment to RSA 655-9, which we had a floor debate, which probably most of the members, which I subjected the members of the full House to, and most of them probably had no idea what the heck we were talking about. But I respectfully, this is a related issue to, this would be a germane amendment to my bill, and I think what I came up with is a very simple solution, which makes the minimum number of changes to the existing law. So basically, it just keeps the standard of having a domicile in the county, but then adds the requirement that if you're a county commissioner, it simply says you must have a domicile in the district from which and of course I changed he to he or she, is chosen. So what we passed the other day is well, one problem was it talks about from which you're elected, but county commissioners can be chosen because if there's a vacancy in any county office, including commissioners, actually the county delegation chooses we don't have a special election. The county delegation chooses it. And I know this from firsthand experience because we actually had a member of the county commissioner die several years ago, and the county delegation elected the replacement county commissioner. So I respectfully think that's probably a better solution than what was approved by the House. And I certainly would urge you to seriously consider, regardless of what you feel about the underlying bill, sending that to the full House. And I think that's a better solution than what we have. It's also something that's probably more likely to pass muster on the other side of the wall if and when it gets over to the other body. So thank you very much for your time. And
Thank you, Representative Horgan.
I would have asked for 6 minutes if I knew I needed more than the 5.
Questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And the last pink card that we have for this bill is Commissioner Maglaris. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I'm not going to repeat what Representative Horgan said. The county commissioners in Stratford County were elected at large for about 160 years. During the redistricting process, there was not one member of the public who spoke and said that they wanted this change made. Not one member of the public. Later on, in the last session, the legislature decided in its wisdom to divide Stratford County up into districts. When they did so, they divided my city in half. They determined where I lived, tried to figure out how they could gerrymander the county, and divided Rochester in half, divided Dover in half. Now, I've been through 5 redistrictings since I've been in public office from Stratford County, 5 of them. Normally, the county delegation, as I mentioned earlier, would meet to discuss whether or not they wanted to do this or not, whether it was a good idea. In those 5 instances, it was determined by the county delegation in those 5 instances in the last 50 years not to change the way the county commissioners were elected simply because they had to divide cities in half in order to meet the goal of having equal populations. So, as I had mentioned in my earlier testimony, most of these things are politically motivated. It was politically motivated to divide Stratford County up into districts. They disenfranchised 90,000 voters. So I just want to take 1 minute to tell you what the result of that was. The sponsors of the initial bill said that they wanted more representation from the towns, even though in the last 50 years we've had a representative on the county commission from a town. It's just the way it worked. The results of the last election, you ended up with 2 county commissioners from Dover because they split Dover in half. Added a few towns, now we got 2 county commissioners from Dover and 1 from Farmington. The prior commission, we had myself from Dover, a commissioner from Rochester, and 1 from Rollinsford, which was a small town. If it was the sponsor's intent to ensure that the 10 towns in Stratford County had equal representation, which I think was a bogus argument, they should have designed a district with those 10 towns in it. They never did that. It was politically motivated. It was designed to get me. And I'm not quite sure it worked out the way they thought. So, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony on the past bill, you're going to continue to see these bills. 95% of these bills that have generated are politically motivated and they're not in the interest of the people. They disenfranchised 90,000 voters in Stratford County who had the right and the ability to control who their executive branch of county government was. They took that right away from them. That's what they did. Let's just call it the spade a shovel for a minute here. That's what they did in an attempt to get me. Now, I've been county commissioner for 21 terms. I've been nominated by the opposite party, by the Republican Party, 13 times. By their own party. 13 times. And it takes an act of the legislature, and it passes by 1 vote in the last session by 1 member who wasn't even legally voting. So in any event, one final point. The cities and towns and the counties are creatures of the state. You folks know this. They exist solely to provide services on behalf of the state. And historically, what we've done is we've had the county delegations meet, and during that census process, determine how we were going to govern ourselves. These attempts in the off years, and also the Supreme Court in New Hampshire ruled that the public was entitled to stability, some stability in this process. What they created in Stratford County in the last election was anything but stability. It created instability, and as a result of it, you took away people's rights to vote, which I find abhorrent. I don't think it's constitutional. I think it's wrong on its surface, but because the county is a creature of the state, the legislature can do what it wants with it. And I get that. I get that. But you have to ask yourself a question which never happens here most of the time. When you take an action, you never revisit it to think what was the result of that action. I can tell you what the result of the action was this time. You ended up with 2 county commissioners from Dover. And I can also tell you in the future, you're either going to have 2 county commissioners from Dover or 2 county commissioners from Rochester, because that's the way they divided it up in this present scheme in a political attempt to get me removed. And I told them, well, maybe that should be up to the voters to decide whether they want me removed or not. In the end, they never even fielded a candidate against me. Their own party nominated me. So what's this all about? I mean, in the end, what's serving the public here in Stratford County? If they really want to know how people of Stratford County feel, I received hundreds and hundreds of phone calls from people who've been voting for me for over 40 years who couldn't vote for me anymore, and they were confused. They didn't think I was running anymore. There was a lot of confusion. There's still a lot of confusion. And that confusion remains. If they're really interested in doing what the people of Stratford County want, put a referendum, pass a bill up here and force a referendum on the people of Stratford County as to whether they want this or not. Or ask the county delegation, like we've historically done in this state for decades and decades and decades, as to how they wish to have their county commissioners elected. That's a simple way to solve the problem politically. And I'll accept any result that comes of it. But to do this backdoor political maneuvering doesn't serve our state well. It doesn't serve the people of Stratford County that I've represented for 42 years correctly, actually for 50 years, if you get right down to it, 48, almost 49 years. I believe the historical way we've done business in this state makes sense, and it should be returned to that. And if the county delegation wants to change it, they should come to the legislature and tell you so. If there's such a hue and cry to change the way things are done in Stratford. Just like this problem that you got in Grafton. All these things have been done over the course of history because of political retribution. And that's just the facts. You look at it historically, those are the facts. So now we sit here every few years and we try to straighten it out. That's what we try to do. So, in any event, Madam Chairman, I've spoke long enough. But that disenfranchisement of those 90,000 voters really irritates me. More than anything. I don't care about me. I don't care whether I serve or not serve at this point. I'm too old. But the bottom line is those people are disenfranchised and the legislature took away their right. And I find that abhorrent. So with that, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maglaris. Are there questions? Representative Walker is recognized for a question.
Commissioner, the 90,000 voters that you're referring to, where are they at? Where are they at in the county?
They're the entire voting public of the county, meaning everyone who's registered to vote in Stratford County. Okay, which includes Democrats, Republicans, communists, socialists, Green Party people, libertarians. I mean, the entire 90, it's roughly 90,000.
I say that they didn't because you have
Representative Walker, it's not a debate with the speaker. You could ask a question,
yeah.
a follow-up. Did you have a follow-up question?
No, I'll retain.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, for your time.
So I will ask at this time, is there anybody present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, there were 5 in support and 4 in opposition. And on the blue sheet, there was none.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 125. So it looks like we caught up on our schedule, and at this time, the committee will break for lunch, and we will resume public hearings at 1 p.m. Thank you.
I mean, version 6 coming right.
I'm only laughing because we've been there, done that, which, more or less.
Scrap this whole bill.
And it, it falls
Good afternoon. The New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee has convened after lunch to resume publicly noticed hearings, and we will be beginning with our bill noticed for 1 p.m. Before I open the hearing on that bill, I would like to remind everybody that in order to stay on schedule today, the chair will allow for up to 5 minutes for bill introductions, followed by questions and answers. And then up to 3 minutes will be given for in-person public testimony, with additional time allotted for questions and answers if the speaker allows. The vice chair will be keeping track of time due to the fact that we have a number of pink cards. So when the time has expired, he will note that by holding up a pink card, at which point we would ask that you conclude your testimony. And if a speaker has written testimony, please indicate such and distribute it to Representative Karazinski, and we'll pass that around the table. Additionally, if a speaker has more information that they wish to share with the committee, then also let us know, and you may follow up with written testimony sent to each committee member via email. And then as a final reminder, when you come to provide public testimony, state for the record your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Okay. And one other thing that I would like to say with regards to House Bill 123, the matter before us is the bold language. So it is the changes to RSA 79.5. So to be clear, we are not here to get input and have a hearing on the carbon sequestration program per se. The bill is about taxing wood or timber that is enrolled in the carbon sequestration program. So I just wanted to make that clear so that your testimony is targeted and focused. So at this time, I will open the public hearing on House Bill 123, enabling municipalities to tax standing wood and timber on land used for carbon sequestration. The chair would like to recognize Representative Davis, the prime sponsor of this legislation. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Representative Arnold Davis. I'm the Vice Chair of Resource, Recreation, and Development. I live in Milan, New Hampshire, and I proudly represent COAS District 2. And total disclosure, I'm an old hick from Northern COAS, so the testimony you're about to hear probably won't be as polished as the people coming behind me, but I'll try my best to muddle through this. I'm here to introduce House Bill 123. It's a simple bill that does one thing. It adds carbon sequestration to RSA 79, which is timber tax. It does not create a new tax, but simply adds carbon projects to the yield tax section of RSA 79:3. This bill does not attempt to change RSA 79 in any other way except for adding carbon projects to align with timber harvesting, allowing for carbon projects to pay their fair share. In New Hampshire, standing timber on large woodlots is considered part of the real estate. It has a value that is taxable and would show up on your yearly property tax. Before timber tax, the assessing officials would cruise these properties each year and assess the value of the standing timber. As you can imagine, this was very cumbersome and probably not very accurate. Also, some property owners would actually clear cut as a way to circumvent paying their property taxes, grossly mismanaging their forests. In order to remedy these problems, timber tax RSA 79 was enacted. Instead of assessing the standing timber each year, you would only be taxed on the timber when you did a timber harvest. At that time, you would pay a 10% yield tax. Not a severance tax, but a yield tax. This made things much simpler for the assessing officials, and the system was much more accurate. So this worked well for 75 years. Now there's another way of doing business. It's also a way for the landowners to circumvent from paying their tax on the standing timber. Now let me be clear about this. There is nothing illegal about this. It's just a loophole. If you enter into a carbon project, you enter into an agreement to either not cut the standing timber for a certain period of time or at least greatly reduce these timber cuts. If your deal is with the California compliance market, then the contracts are for 100 years. This means as carbon projects become more popular, the loss of timber tax will create a hardship for many towns in New Hampshire. This bill intends to keep the towns whole. New Hampshire is 84% forested. We are the second most forested state in the union per capita behind Maine. This is not by accident. It's from proper forestry management. I'd salute any forester in the room here today for the work they've done. We do not only manage our forests for wood products industry, we also manage for wildlife habitat, for recreation, for forest fire management and mitigation. And so like before timber tax, when some landowners would clear cut their property to avoid paying taxes, I believe not implementing best forestry management practices by not being able to harvest timber due to carbon deals could be equally as dangerous to the health and well-being of New Hampshire's forests. This bill is not intended to infringe upon landowner rights. This bill simply would require you to pay the same yield tax for the revenue you generate from carbon sequestration in a similar manner that you do when harvesting timber. In many cases, the carbon credits are worth more than the timber itself. This bill does not attempt to alter RSA 79 in any way except to add carbon sequestration to it. All rulemaking will remain the same. Certain forms, like intent to cut, may be intent to sequester carbon. When it talks about stumpage, it would be, in this section, would be talking about tonnage. Now, there may be some not in support of this bill. Some people are not in favor of timber tax at all. It's not that they actually oppose the bill, they just don't want to pay the timber tax. Yet they enjoy the benefit of the assessing officials not assessing their standing timber each year. This bill will move us forward to align carbon sequestration with timber harvesting. This bill has two main objectives: to keep municipalities whole with the loss of timber tax and to allow timber harvesting to be on a fair playing field with carbon projects, protecting the economic development of the North Country and the timber industry of New Hampshire. It is very important to remember, this is not a new tax. It is still timber tax. It is simply a way to keep a fairly new way of doing business from circumventing around paying their property tax to the towns and to push for best forestry management practices. So thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Davis. I had one quick question.
Yes.
So we have before us an amendment to this bill, and I assume that your bill introduction spoke to this as well.
amendment, yes.
Thank you. Questions for the representative? Representative Gerard is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Looking through your bill, I completely understand what the purposes of this. Currently in the, I believe it's 79.5, or I apologize, I got the wrong number, I'm pretty sure, that any standing timber that does get to maturity that's not being cut, there's still a possibility of getting 10% tax on that currently, according to the law. Is that correct?
Thank you for your question. Yes, that's exactly correct. So 79.5, it was too, I looked at that for so long. and it was too messy to put it there. You have to, the assessing officials have to deem there's a shortfall. They have to figure that the timber is mature. There's so many arguments to this that I thought it would be best to put it under the yield tax section, where it talks about when you harvest your timber, you pay a 10% yield. And that's to pay back the subsidy that the town has allowed you all these years of not going out and assessing your timber like they used to. So that it does have a place there. It's never actually been invoked, but and I spoke with DRA a number of times, and they find it's very hard for them to deal with that, the way that's worded. So I think it's much cleaner being under 79. It's actually 79 semicolon 3-C is where this would be implemented, and it's just much cleaner.
Okay. Follow up?
Yes, but I do have one comment. So your question, yeah, did pertain to the bill as written, and I'm not sure if you made the connection, but he spoke to the amendment, and that's where that reference of the 79:3C comes in.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, follow up.
As again, I'm assuming there's studies out there. How much timber has it been cut back since that? I believe we just started. It was 2013. They started using sequestration up there. I just was curious if we know.
There's people behind me that are going to have some figures, but historically, before 2013, I want to say on average, it wasn't the current owners that own it now, but it was another owner when they got into carbon sequestration. Before that, the average cut, I believe, was around $175,000 a year that they paid in timber tax to the town of Pittsburgh. Now, also, Stewartstown and Clarksville, this property covers those towns too, so I don't know the figures to those towns. So at Pittsburgh, a town of 800 people, to take a loss of $175,000 a year off one parcel, that's 5% of their budget. So that's a big hit. The town has two choices. They can cut their budget by $175,000, or they can bump up the 800 people's property tax to make up for the subsidy that's not being paid back here. It's not, like I said, it's nothing illegal. It's just a loophole that needs to be closed up to put carbon sequestration on the same playing field with timber harvesting.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I am just trying to understand at what point homeowners, small properties, can utilize carbon sequestration. How do you not apply this unequally? You know, if I have 10 acres, and I choose to enroll it, but I'm also paying property tax on my home portion. The rest is in current use. And how do I know that I'm not going to be subject to this when I'm only have 10 acres versus someone who may have 2,000?
Thank you for your question. So let's say you have 10 acres and you do a timber harvest. You're going to pay 10% timber tax on that harvest. If you do a carbon project, why wouldn't you do the same? I just think it should be fair across the board. And these small parcels like that, I guess you could bundle them up, but I'm not so worried about that. If you go to Northern Coas, you can find a 10,000 acre parcel of land pretty handily. And those are the ones that down the road, what's going to happen if everybody goes to a carbon first initiative, what's going to happen to the timber industry? So we're still cutting the same amount of wood, whether it's locally. The wood products industry is not going away. We need lumber, we need furniture, we need toilet paper, we need, anything that's made from wood. So I'll give you an example. In my hometown of Milan, there's a company called Milan Lumber. I don't know, I should know the number of people they employ, it's quite a few. And they used to procure 20% of their lumber from Pittsburgh. It's been a couple of years, they haven't gotten any lumber from Pittsburgh, which is locally. So now they're figuring ways to bring this same amount of logs from New York by rail and by truck into Milan, New Hampshire. So until they got this process working, they were down to 4 days a week. So if you worked there, you missed out on 52 days of work last year, which is a pretty big hit for somebody in a small town like that, for anybody. So I can't imagine, I mean, arguably trucking those logs from New York to Milan, New Hampshire, when you used to get them next door, has to be offsetting, it's called leakage. They have to be offsetting the credits you're getting from carbon sequestration. You know, I hope I answered your question.
Additional questions? Representative Grunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know what the percentage is of this land that's owned by corporations versus individuals?
I do not know that. I mean, and I'm not picking on this property. It just happens to be, this is a 146,000 acre parcel. It's the largest single parcel in New Hampshire. And it's an easy target, because it's in the news from, you know, all these figures, but I do not know that answer.
Representative Fracht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Davis, thank you for coming. As I understand it, if I own 1,100 acres of timber, when I harvested that timber after, 10, 20, 30 years, depending on the species, I would pay the yield tax. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Follow up?
Yes.
If I put that same 1,100 acres of timberland into the carbon sequestration program, how often would I be taxed on it? Would it be every year or every 20 years, or how is that going to work?
You would be taxed when there is a yield. So there's a lot of differences. Every contract may be a little different, but let's say you sequestered, I'm just going to make up a number, 1,000 tons, but you didn't sell any. You would report to the town, you have 1,000 tons sequestered. The next year you do another 1,000 and you sell 1,800. Then you would report that to the town and you would pay that on the yield.
Follow up?
I'll allow a second follow-up, yes.
Thank you. So is this likely to even out the revenue stream for towns?
Well, definitely with the loss of timber tax, it's going to be a hardship on most of, at least in COAS. Especially, we have a lot of unincorporated places, and some of them, that's their major revenue. The commission is a commissioner here that'll probably speak on this today, how this is going to affect the unincorporated places, but definitely. Yep.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The chair now calls two people that wish to provide testimony together, and that would be Mr. Mark Brady and Mr. Ray Gorman. And following that, I will call Ms. Meredith Hatfield. So good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
There we go. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us and to be listening to us. So my name is Ray Gorman. I live in Colebrook, New Hampshire. I am the District 3 County Commissioner, but I'm here speaking with the county commissioners, all three of us, unanimous in our thoughts and what this process is right now. One of the things that this bill for us is that Coos County is so heavily wooded, and so lumbering has always been a major part of what we do. We have the mills, we have everything that goes on around them, and the actions that happen around them with the roads being built, et cetera. In Coos County, we have 23 unincorporated towns. And there's only 2 other incorporated towns, or 3 in the whole state. 26 is on it? Okay, Mark will back up some of the numbers. But these are towns with very little population, but huge forest, water, streams, all that stuff. And they've been this is where lumbering is taken on for years and years. In these communities, as we manage them on the county level, the timber tax is a large part of the revenue from these unincorporated towns, as well as all the other communities that I'm speaking about. But I'm going to speak specifically today on unincorporated towns, how it would affect that. Now, unincorporated towns have fixed costs, just like everybody else. Ambulance, dispatching, those are 2 huge costs, all right? And through the years, the unincorporated towns, the dispatching and the ambulance services are all done by communities and communities working together. And like when we've gone to get money to upgrade our dispatch, the county has been very generous. At 3 different times, they have provided the match for us on grants. This money come from the unincorporated towns who got their money from the timber tax. All right. A huge part of what these unincorporated towns get for revenues come from timber tax. And we've already seen and I'm on the 45th parallel and the dispatch boards representing the county, and our costs are increasing significantly, just like everybody else. You guys know all it's like to provide those services. But if we lose our revenue stream, it's going to be a significant loss to us. Very important that you understand that. And we believe strongly here, what we're seeing is with the carbon that it's making us very nervous is that we believe it's basically a complete change in forestry practices. You're not going to see the cutting and so on and so forth. But I'm talking about the revenues today. So that reflects the revenues we've already seen it in the upper Connecticut headwaters, where that is a big part of what's the headwaters now, the carbon sequestration, and the cutting has decreased from 30,000 plus to down under, I think last year was 15. We're seeing significant, credit forestry is a total different way of doing cutting. So that's why I don't want to get off base because I know what you said at your beginning remarks, but if that involves the revenue that I'm talking about now for unincorporated towns, as well as all those communities, and the significant effects like Berlin, Gorham, the paper mills, all right, all those, if you stop cutting, the cogeneration, all right, the type of wood that they use, so on and so forth. For the northern part in this region that I represent, this is a major change, and we need to find a way. To me, it's no different. We're talking about taxing here that already exist and taxing the wood, okay? Revenue is being made on this wood from the carbon credits, okay? Yep.
Just let me add something. My name is Mark Brady from Jefferson. I'm the Coos County Administrator. To follow up on Commissioner Gorman a little bit and to put it into perspective. So what obviously makes Coos unique is that we have 23 of the 25 unincorporated places. So we really are the center, so to speak, I like to say, of land management in the state, et cetera. Our 2 main economies today are timber and our OHRV recreational use, which between the 2 of them, it's about $5 billion total to the state, okay? And we drive a lot of that. regarding the unincorporated places, so we did an analysis. I was able to get back an analysis done by by the finance department to go back to 2009, and the timber tax to the unincorporated budget over that time frame from 09 to through last year is 28%. So if you were to conceivably start to phase out of timber harvesting and go into carbon sequestration, that's 28% whole ultimately that therein, maybe less, depending upon how fast you go, that we lose. And if you can imagine that actually in 2009, timber was 53% of the budget's revenue, and now it's down to 28%. And that kind of segues into certainly what's happened. And you hear a lot about Connecticut Lake headwaters, and you hear about it a lot because it's the single largest private piece of property in the state, 146,000 acres, and it's instrumental to the North Country. That's why Senators Gregg and former Senator Gregg and then Governor Shaheen and now Senator Shaheen decided to get $33 million of federal and state monies to secure an easement so that it would be a productive working forest. And to go to, I think, one of the representatives' questions over here. So when they did that easement on that property, it was harvesting 40,000. Charlie Levesque can probably knows numbers better than me a little bit. 40,000 cords a year. You get into about 2010, 2012, and they register it with CARB, and you start to see it starts to descend down into the 30,000 cords. Why we've been so exercised today is because that property alone, well, I'm not going to, Representative Davis mentioned the implications to mine lumber, et cetera, is now probably less than 15,000 cords on an annual basis, which has profound implications to us. So to go to the point of the 10%, what's fair, would we be made whole or not? Most likely we're not made whole at 10%. Probably not. Okay, with some of the economists that we used in our response to the state on their lack of enforcement of the easement. And I think the other way you have to look at it as well, having a timber economy where you're cutting and you're taking product to mills is different than a carbon sequestration economy, so to speak, based on that, which is a much more static type of existence for the property, for sure. And I'm not going to digress, maybe others will. I don't want to digress into the implications of carbon credit per se on all of this, but we're trying to be agnostic about carbon credit. From a public policy perspective of doing budgets, et cetera, we just want to make it all work. Just make it work. But if you're going to go to a carbon credit, carbon first economy, then you're not going to be doing all the cutting. That has a trickle-on effect. Actually, it has a multiplier of 2.3. So for every 100 jobs you get in the timber industry, you have another 230 in the transitional downstream. You probably don't get that with carbon sequestration. I think that's probably a pretty fair assumption. We want to be agnostic, and I would leave you with this last point. If you leave the back door open, this is how we view it, because we view it as you're circumventing. The state clearly 75 years ago said this is what we're going to do. We're going to extract that value that way. And if you don't apply it to carbon, you are de facto incentivizing carbon. You are incentivizing people to take the property and put it in carbon because, well, I don't have to pay 10%. Why would I not do that? I mean, the rational person would do that other than for obviously some of what would be good forest management. But, these issues cut to the core of us, and it is about our tax base, for sure. It's about us at a county level performing our duties that we constitutionally have to do. We run 2 nursing homes. We're the only county in the state that does that, et cetera. Look, at the end of the day, we say this, Coos is 20% of the land area of the state. We're the biggest county, and we're 2% of the population. And yet, we are the identity of the state every which way. Mount Washington is the most visited place in this state. Coos generates 1 million visitors a year. Now we're going to have this tax that at least there's a direct line to us. If it's here in Coos and you go harvest it, you're going to pay that yield tax. We know Rooms and Meals, we're generating over 1 million people that come to Coos. Rooms and Meals is based on 2% of the population. I mean, I don't want to give you a sad story on that, but my point is, this is a circumvention, and this puts carbon, if you do not include it, you're incentivizing carbon over harvesting.
Thank you for your testimonies. Questions? Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know an awful lot about the timber industry, but it would seem to me that at some point in the life of a woodlot, the timber would reach a maximum growth and would need to be harvested. And if that is the case, at that point, the harvested timber would be taxed yet again. So you're taxing it twice. Is my thinking correct or not?
Oh, the thing about if you do not harvest it, okay, and it just all tumbles down, all right, it becomes useless. Your forest, it hasn't been harvested. And if you have normal forest practices, you were talking about 20 and 30 years ago each time. The incentive is whatever's on the ground that's keeping that carbon. So they're not nowhere near in a hurry to log every 20 to 30 years. They will harvest nowhere near as much as they would if they were a regular forest under a regular forest program. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and just we use as a rule of thumb for us, and there are others here that probably maybe can answer this better. But you enter into a CARB contract, which is what Connecticut Lakes is on. Okay, that's California Air Resource Board. Okay, so you've imported that. We've imported those priorities here in New Hampshire. So that requires, I believe, 100-year commitment on that project. So we view that as basically 3 cuts, let's say every 30 years, whatever. So it would be 3 cuts.
Additional questions? I had a follow-up question. So to be clear, under the carbon sequestration program, it sounds like typically it's 100 years. The timber's tied up for 100 years. So to be clear, there's no cutting. Is that correct? Or can you cut?
No, that's not correct. Okay. And I think either Mr. Hackley or even Charlie Levesque can get into it more. There has to be some forest management. I think where the sticking point is, and it's an excellent question, Representative, because I think it's really I would pose that you as a state have not vetted all of this probably as clearly as it needs to be vetted so we all understand exactly where we are on this. But there is some forest management that's done. But then it gets into the question of, what is it and what's proper and what's not? And that's certainly been some of the discussions if you would go to the Connecticut Headwaters Citizens Committee with some of the discussion, and you listen to Aurora's forester and proper forest management. I have a feeling you can have some on one extreme that are going to have very minimal. There'll be others probably that would be a little bit more aggressive. There is one other point that's just gnawing here that was raised by one of the representatives over here. And it was actually raised last year when we testified, and I don't think we've nowhere begun to grasp. And there is the difference between the 100-acre owner and, for instance, with us, where we do know the bigger pieces of property. Okay, and I didn't bring it with me, but certainly if you want that, I'd be prepared. I can provide you with that. You can see it. We see it, okay, and we know where the big pieces of property are. And that's what we're scared about. We don't, at the end of the day, if they want to do an aggregation and take up, and there are firms that do aggregate, that get smaller pieces of property and roll them up together, that's not what we're really talking about. You have to deal with it the way you have to deal with it statutorily, get it in legally and whatever. But we're talking about the bigger pieces of property that have begun to transform COAS by the lack of cutting in Connecticut lakes. And it won't take much. You can take a couple pieces of property out of line and you fundamentally change everything. And we haven't even discussed access to the property because, you know, there are a lot of these firms like Aurora that, you know, they don't like the OHRVs. They create a lot of erosion. They chew it up, you know, and so what's going to be their disposition? Aurora said on trails, we'll keep the existing trails. We want no more trails, no more. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions there.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So it might be a couple parts for clarification. The people who own the land, are they individuals or corporations that you are particularly talking about right now?
The bigger pieces of parcels, by and large, are corporations.
Are corporations. Okay, because I was wondering, like, if it's a person, then they're having a contract with California. There's probably income on that contract that they're paying tax on. So I was trying to understand, would this be a double tax to somebody if they're paying
I'm not su-
income and then this 10%?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt you. That's one of the questions about Aurora, I think, to be honest with you, that we've had over, are they paying any tax at all? Okay, part of our issue was, and why we had to go, COAS was forced to go get our attorneys to look at the terms of the easement and see where we are in 2024, was that the most basic reporting on that has not been done by the property owners and the ones before even Aurora to the state. So it's a fair question.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, the chair would like to call Representative Ouellette, and I do apologize, your card was hiding, and we have a precedent where we call upon representatives first so that if they have business that they're tending to in other committees, they can get back to that. So welcome to municipal and county government.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. You've made my day. I've never been accused of hiding. I'll be very brief. House Bill 123, HB 123, is an addition to RSA 79, the timber tax. And it needs to be changed to keep up on our current times. The timber tax was originally conceived and instituted in the 40s. It was a creative way to deal with standing timber, and has continued to work well, allowing timber owners to avoid the yield tax on the timber until the timber is cut. Our world has and continues to change. HB 123 is nothing more than a reflection of today's varying timber market. When you sell your carbon in woodland, when you sell your carbon in your woodlot, in essence, you're selling the trees without cutting them. The trees are tied up for anywhere from 40 to 100 years, which is about 2 to 3 harvest cycles in the average New Hampshire woodlot. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, New Hampshire was over 90% cleared land. Today, we're over 80% forested. Our foresters have done a great job managing our forests. The bill keeps the towns whole by collecting revenue created by selling the carbon. If you do not collect the carbon if you do not collect on the carbon sales, just as if it was harvested timber, the other taxpayers in town are essentially subsidizing the timberland owners through higher property taxes. This is a very complex topic. This is another part of the carbon industry we're trying to work through. Last year, Representative Davis and myself wrote a bill, had it signed into law to set up a registry in New Hampshire so that people who are selling carbon on their timberlands have to sign in this registry, because we have no idea who's part of the carbon sales. We have no idea who's sequestering their carbon. We have no idea who it's being sold to. We have no idea what the value is. We have no idea if these companies, that a California company is buying the carbon, selling it to a Michigan company, holding land in New Hampshire, if they're even paying the New Hampshire business tax. We have no idea. So last year was the first step, was to set up a registry so we know who's in the carbon game, and it's passed. This year, this is the next part of it. As one of the representatives had asked, if you sell get paid for selling your carbon, and then you sell your timber, do you pay the tax twice? Absolutely. And I'll tell you why. Because you sold your timber once as carbon. You've sold it, you've collected your money. 50 years, 80 years later, when you cut your timber, you've sold it again. So you've sold that actual piece of timber twice. And you've gained income twice. You should pay the tax twice. Sequestering carbon is just a new way to sell your timber. So let's pass HB 123 and let RSA 79-5, the timber tax, continue to do its job. Thank you very much. And I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Willett. Questions for the representative? Representative Colby is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. How can a property simultaneously exist under current use status as well as being enrolled in a carbon sequestration program?
Absolutely. And as Representative Davis had mentioned, we're not so concerned with the mom and pop piece of land at 30, 40 acres. It's the bigger guys that are part of it. But it does concern everybody. And it is, I disagree with some of our previous speakers. This is a statewide statewide issue. It's not just a North Country issue. Because there are a lot of property owners in the southern part of the state with 500 to 1,000 acres, and it's going to affect us all. Current use is a great thing, and that was put in to give the owners of their property the availability to keep them without losing them to taxes. And it's very possible to have a piece of property that part of your timbers in the carbon program, and part of it is just the standard harvest program like we have today. The property owners have property rights and they need to be protected. But at the same time, we need to protect our towns. And like I said, I think that the carbon is just an evolution of the timber business and should be still considered under the RSA 79.5.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, the chair recognizes Executive Counselor Kenny. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you. It's been a while. For the record, my name's Joe Kenny, District 1 Executive Counselor. So I represent from the Canadian border all the way down to the University of New Hampshire in Durham. So you can imagine my representative seat is very diversified and broken down to 3 distinct regions. And one of those regions is in North Country. But I also represent Carroll County, Belknap, and parts of Grafton. And so land is plentiful. And so this topic of carbon sequestration wasn't even a topic 5 years ago in New Hampshire. But because of the Connecticut Headwaters property, it kind of sounded the alarm that if we can't harvest our land or if we can't assess carbon sequestration, then forever our woodland culture and economy is forever changed. And so what is New Hampshire and northern New Hampshire? A lot of the economy is based off of logging, wood products, low energy power plants. We rely heavily on the forest economy. So when I testified on a bill over a year ago, in my testimony, I thought it was necessary to have a registry to bring out the fact that who is participating in the carbon offset tax credit program. Because I was curious. I wanted to know what was the incentive. And what I found out was that our state, 84% forested, California 33%, Nevada in the low teens, North Dakota, South Dakota 2 and 3%, that suddenly the Northeast was a target for this program because we have effectively managed our forest in a great way over the years, and there's a lot of prospecting going on in our state. Currently, I believe there's about 10 people that are on the registry or companies that are part of this carbon offset tax credit program. So that lets you know that there are large swaths of land that are in this program already that have long-term contracts that until about 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, we knew nothing about it in the state. That would be like saying that the current use program in the state of New Hampshire, that no one would know which property owners were in current use. That was the equivalent. And we all know we can go into our town hall and look up who is in current use with our local neighbor. And we know that our local guy has got to get an intent to cut. And they have to check in with the local assessor in the town hall to make sure it's all in the up and up. And furthermore, it goes to DNCR and the Forest and Lands to make sure that DRA and everybody's informed of this intent to cut and that it's carried through. Very transparent, very understandable. It's been around since 1949. We knew nothing about carbon offset tax credit program. That was transported into New Hampshire. It's this market that they've created for carbon sequestration, and apparently there are a few folks out there who want to make a killing on it. Unfortunately, it's impacted our culture in northern New Hampshire and around the state. So my sense is this is fairness. Fairness, 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 that the local municipalities have a way to assess the carbon sequestration registry program so that the fair revenue is brought to the town and that folks who own large swaths of land do not escape their responsibility of providing a yield tax to that municipality. That's all we're really looking for. When I look at this bill here, it's a fairness bill. That's all it is. Because the town administrator from Coos County, Mark Brady, made a point. There will be a lot of people who would like to escape that tax who would participate in this program. And they would like to tie up the forest, and they'd like to make their money. They wouldn't contribute to the local community. They wouldn't pay their fair share, and they would make more money and profit. Well, we just want fairness through this bill throughout the state. And I would also like to add that I think when you look at New Hampshire and where we're at, in many ways, we're leading the nation on policy changes on this particular new economy, the carbon offset tax credit economy, if you will. Because many other states are way behind, and they're looking to New Hampshire to come up with solutions on this topic. Governor Ayotte is very involved in this topic. She made mention in her inaugural speech that she's concerned about the Connecticut headwaters, and she wants to make sure we get the agreement right so that we don't wipe out the forest industry in the North Country by tying up the land. So I've got enough knowledge on this that I could be dangerous. Like all of us, we're learning as we're going along with this particular new program in the state of New Hampshire. We all want to have a great environment. We're the most livable state in the country. We have these great natural resources, the mountains, the lakes, the oceans. But the way to really protect our state through this program is fairness. And the whole purpose of the timber tax program in 1949 was for conservation purposes. And so I think if we're able to create a yield tax for carbon sequestration registration, that we will in turn be adding to that conservation spirit here in New Hampshire. So with that, I'll take any questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Kenny. Questions for the councilor? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Meredith Hatfield, followed by Mr. Nate Graves. Welcome to municipal and county government.
Thank you very much. My name is Meredith Hatfield, and I'm with the Nature Conservancy, and we do oppose this legislation. I have not had a chance to fully consider the amendment, so if our views change, I will certainly follow up with additional written testimony. We deeply appreciate the challenges of some of our northern and rural areas of the state, and we certainly want to be part of a conversation to make sure that those towns are kept whole. We work with another organization, the American Forest Foundation, in support of a program for those mom and pop owners, as someone called them. So this is a program for small forest owners of 30 acres and up, and it's a 20-year program. And it's really focused on helping those small landowners do better forest management practices. So I wanted to just share that information with you. I do have hot links in my letter, so I will email it to you so that you can take a look at that program. Last year, there have been a few references to the fact that there was legislation last year. There were 3 bills that sought to restrict, control, or tax forest carbon programs, and 1 bill survived. And as has been mentioned, that has created a public registry that's available on the DNCR website. I think there are 7 properties as of last month that were enrolled. That legislation, that was House Bill 1697 of last year, that also required the Department of Revenue Administration to conduct 2 studies on the tax impacts of properties being enrolled in programs. They issued their first report in November, but said basically, it's a nice overview of the issues, but they said probably not enough time has gone by for them to assess the impact between when the registry was created and when the bill passed. They do have another report due under that bill on November 1st of this year, which might provide more information about the impact. So we would urge you that if you do want to move forward, to maybe hold on to this bill, look at that DRA report. As several folks have already testified, this is a brand new issue. There's a lot to learn about it, and it might make sense to pause and take a look at what the state might do to address the impacts. As I said, I will provide additional information once I take a look at the amendment if it changes our view. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Attorney Nate Grace, followed by Mr. Charles Levesque.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nate Grace for the Business and Industry Association, the Statewide Chamber of Commerce. I'm here really on the amendment 2025-0297H. Just briefly, the BIA opposes new taxes on businesses. We would consider this amendment to be imposing a new tax on businesses because there's no existing tax on carbon credits. There is an existing tax on stumpage. There is that's under 79:3. There's a standing timber tax under 79:5, and that's what the initial bill proposed to amend. But what this would do, this amendment specifically would do, is add this new carbon credit tax. And one thing I would like to point out to the committee is on page 2 of the amendment, lines 7 through 10, that's section Roman 8. It says that all other provisions of RSA 79 are applicable to the owner of the property. So presumably that owner is still subject to, importantly, the standing timber tax, which is what has been claimed as being replaced here. But that amendment does not amend that section of the law as far as I am aware. The other point that I want to make is that these carbon contracts are very complicated. I attempted to understand how exactly they work over the past couple of days, and I am not that smart, I guess, because it really depends on exactly how these are set up, and there's there's a pretty wide variety of options here. You have ones that go from a straight contract where you have, somebody come out, assess the forest, say there's this much, carbon credit you'll get, and there's a payment out that year. There are ones that have periodic assessments attached to it. So after a period of time, is there growth or is there some sort of detriment, like there was an insect infestation or a forest fire or timbering that occurred, and there's different calculations for how to account for those. There are other ones that you see a payout after the assessment over a period of years, subject to some differing calculations. So in terms of exactly how this it's not as straight as basically you're going to make a certain amount of profit and we're going to take 10% of that, because there's a lot that's going to be controlled by the exact wording of these contracts and how that functions. I'm certainly happy to take any questions, but that's just something I wanted to flag for the committee's consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Charles Levesque, followed by Mr. Jason Stock. Welcome to Municipal and County Government. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Charlie Levesque. I'm a licensed forester in New Hampshire and have a consulting company, Innovative Natural Resource Solutions, a 30-year-old company. I've been associated with carbon and forest carbon offset markets for many years, so I'd probably considered at least somewhat of an expert on the topic, and I certainly can answer questions that you might have on that. I'm here in support of this legislation and the amendment, and the reason is that I frankly have not found a different way to deal with the issue before us, which is the loss of timber tax revenue as a result of the sale of forest carbon offset credits. If there was another solution, I'd be advocating for it, but I think we've got to go down this path if you are concerned, as I am, that loss of revenue that otherwise would be going to towns and cities from timber tax is going to occur as forest carbon sales happen. So with that, I simply want to say that this whole issue comes about, as other speakers have said, as a result of what's happened on the Connecticut Lakes headwaters property that is in Coos County. I'm a member of the legislatively derived committee, Citizens Committee to the Connecticut Lake, and so I'm intimately familiar with what's gone on up there and the loss of harvesting that's occurred. Lastly, I want to say that if you pass this legislation, I hope you do, there is a real need to add an explicit requirement that Department of Revenue Administration develop administrative rules to implement this, because this cannot be implemented with just the statute. The DRA has authority to draft administrative rules for this section of the statute, but if they choose to delay on this or not do it at all, which they occasionally do because they're so busy, and that goes for all state agencies, this won't get implemented. So I'd encourage you to add that to the bill to require them to devise administrative rules. And lastly, has been talk about carbon program. And so you may have heard, because a few speakers have talked about different programs. So there are many different forest carbon offset programs. There's not just one. And they actually cover different time frames. The most common one is not associated with the California law and the California Air Resources Board, and it is the general market that occurs called the voluntary market. And that market is essentially non-governmental, it's worldwide, and it's really any entity that chooses to offset their greenhouse gas emissions by purchasing carbon offsets. And carbon offsets is the broad category. Forest carbon offsets are a subset of that because there are other carbon offset credits that get generated that are not from forest, although forests are the dominant ones. And so that voluntary market is generally a 40-year market. The one that the Connecticut Lakes property is in is the California market, which is called the compliance market. And it's the only governmental related program that's available in the Northeast in the U.S. that is a 100-year market. The market that Ms. Hatfield described, which is the Family Forest Carbon Program for family forest owners, is 20 years, but it's really in the 40-year market because they aggregate many small landowners together and sell them for that 40-year duration. So there's really the 40-year voluntary market and the 100-year compliance market, which is California. And I'll end there, and I'd be glad to answer any questions on carbon sequestration markets and so forth. And I did last year do a PowerPoint presentation for another House committee. I'd be glad to do that for you if you chose to become more schooled in this topic. It's very complicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levesque. Questions for the speaker? Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So my question before, and maybe you're the perfect person to answer this. So let's say the smaller landowner sells or enters into a carbon contract. So they're going to get income, I'm assuming, from a company who wants to purchase the carbon credits from them, right?
Usually through an intermediary. They don't contract directly with that company, and that's where the programs come into play.
So the small landowner will end up with income on selling those credits.
Yes and no. The Family Forest Carbon Program that Ms. Hatfield described works differently.
Okay.
It actually pays you to do certain forest practices or not do certain things like not cut timber.
Okay.
And it ends up owning your carbon, but it pays you a flat fee. That's why I say there are many programs out there. That's the only one that does it like that. Okay. So generally, I think what you're suggesting is true. But in the case of that program for small landowners, they're not exactly getting paid for their carbon sales.
Okay, yeah, because I was trying to understand if they're going to end up with income and they're going to pay tax on that income, but then each year they're going to pay 10% tax.
But that occurs now for timber.
So
understand.
But I'm saying they're going to get double taxed because they've got income coming in, but they're also going to get hit with a 10% tax. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Right. It's a good question. Thanks for the question. So currently, when you harvest timber, and there are creative ways and there are actual federal statutes around timber in taxation. And if you have a good accountant, they'll know how to deal with it. But the reality is you are paying on that income from timber already. So this is no different from that. This is not a new tax, as I've heard people describe. It's really an alternative tax to address the same issue if you choose not to harvest timber. But in the case of timber, you pay an income tax at the federal level, and then you still pay the yield tax in New Hampshire. And that revenue goes, of course, to municipalities, not to the state. So this is no different from that. If you sell carbon, again, you got to declare the income, but you theoretically need to pay on that income on the federal level, and then this would do just as a timber yield tax does and charge in lieu of essentially the timber tax at the local level. So that's why I don't think it's a new tax. It's just rebranding.
Further questions? I have a quick one. With regards to the CSP registry, I heard it referenced that there are 10 registrants right now.
7. I just looked
All right,
it up.
7.
And
Okay.
and Patrick Hackley, the Director of Division of Forest and Lands, is here, and his agency is the one that created that as a result of statute, but there are 7 right now, and I think there's just over 180,000 acres in the registry so far. He and I were speaking earlier, and these small landowners that we've been talking about, most of this is, and the 7 that are in the registry are only the large landowners. We're talking thousands of acres and up meaning the Connecticut Lakes property, which is they have 141,000 acres entered into it. And so 7 are in there now. None of the small family forest owners are in it yet.
Okay, so my question, irrespective of the number, was do we know what type of, I guess you referred to it as a 100-year or a 40-year market? Do we know what type of carbon sequestration programs those acres are under?
We do. The registry does require that, right, Director Hackley? Yes.
Thank you.
It's in there.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Jason Stock, followed by Mr. Brody DeShays. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Nice wide chair. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. Oh, I do have some written testimony I'd like to. So coming around is a discussion or position paper that the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association developed on this subject of forest carbon. As an association, we have members all over the place on this one. We have landowners that say, wow, if someone's going to pay me not to harvest timber, what's wrong with that? It's a property right. That carbon's a property right. If someone wants to pay me for that right, what's wrong with that? I also have members, or NHTOA also has members of sawmills and wood-consuming companies that say, well, wait a minute. If you're getting paid not to cut wood, then how's that going to affect my ability to operate my sawmill, my paper mill, my logging business? So we have members on all over the place on this. We spent a lot of time developing a position paper to try and balance landowners' rights with some of these, what I'll call rural economic issues. And so what you have is the product of that. I will say that is always, like any other document, it is a work in progress, but that is coming around. And what I would like to say is these carbon programs are a new animal for us. We're trying to, there's new territory for us. We had a policy committee meeting last week, and the comment was made that 20 years ago, this wasn't even on the radar. Who would have thought someone would pay me not to harvest timber? There's also questions about, is this a property? Is this real property? You're kind of placing a covenant on the property, or you're agreeing to do something in exchange for revenue. Is this real property? Is this some type of a real estate transaction? It's a property right. How does that apply? As we all know, there's a real estate transfer tax. There's other taxes related to real estate. How does that apply? The one thing that, and Mr. Levesque and some of the prior speakers touched on is this is a new issue. These are new programs, and we're plowing ground that's never been plowed before. Many of these agreements do not even get recorded at the Registry of Deeds. In fact, one of the recommendations we have as an association is that, for the sake of transparency, that we would recommend that folks register this at the Registry of Deeds so that, say, subsequent owners. But that's not always the case, and for good reasons. Sometimes the transactions between an individual, I may own 100 acres or 10, let's say 10,000 acres, and I may do a carbon deal on 10,000 acres worth of timberland. It may not be tied specifically to a particular lot. So this is, there's a lot of questions and a lot of a lot of pieces that we're looking at, trying to get our head around as we look at this as timberland owners and also as a forest products industry. We do recognize that if there's a reduction in timber harvesting, as we've seen in Connecticut, on the Connecticut Lakes property, there's no question, you have data there, there is a subsequent impact on the forest products industry. We do recognize that. And for us, the two biggest issues that we're wrestling with is that impact, which really kind of comes down to a fundamental property right. Whether I decide not to cut my wood because I'm in a carbon program or just because I want to grow big trees, who are we to say one's right, one isn't? But the question about local revenues and this question of local timber tax revenues is one that and I've had a lot of conversations with the sponsor of this bill. We've met with him and some of his colleagues, and this is one that we do feel that there's some merit in digging into that. Having said all of that, the amendment that was proposed, 2025-0297H, we can't support that amendment as drafted. There are just too many questions when we looked at that amendment as an association and as a committee. And mind you, my policy committee, and some of you on this committee will appreciate this, I have 5 or 6 selectmen there and select women that are looking at this saying, all right, how would I in my town implement this? So there was some real kind of, I'll say, mechanical questions that came into play that they looked at. But we do agree, and we are sympathetic to this issue. An example is, and you heard this from Mr. Levesque, these contracts vary widely, and it's not an annual payment that's made. I don't sign up and then all of a sudden every year there's an annual payment that's made. Sometimes I'll say that the payments are lumpy. I may sign up a piece of ground for a carbon program, and they're purchasing the carbon that's out there on my landscape. I may get that payment in installments over 5 years. Then 10 years later, there's a survey or a cruise done on that property to determine how much grew in that 10 years time and that 10 years growth. At that point, I may enter that or I'll say submit that for payment, or I may cut it. I may say, guess what? I've got some beautiful red oak out there. The market's good. It's worth more for me to cut that red oak than it is to sell it to the carbon folks. I'm going to cut it. I won't submit all of it, or I'll only submit a portion of it into the carbon program. So again, it's, looking at this, trying to figure out, okay, these can be lumpy. It's contract by contract. The other piece is when I cut a tree, there's physical evidence something was there. There was a taxable event, as my friends at DRA would say. That tree was cut. There's a stump. You can look at it. You can calculate with some degree of proximity how many board feet, how many cords or tons, and subsequently what species it is, and then subsequently what should you be paying as far as a timber tax on it. These are private transactions. Most of them are not available for public viewing, and so you're trying to understand or trying to tax something that you may not have all the facts on. Again, I guess what I will conclude with 2 points. On that last point, our last comment on our position paper is, make sure if we're gonna pass legislation to do something, let's make sure it's enforceable and that it will accomplish what we want. We would like to see these towns remain whole. There's no question. Our committee agreed to that. Our board, everyone says yes. We're not sure House Bill 123 or the subsequent amendment. We're not convinced that does it. We did commit, and I've had conversations with the sponsor. We're happy to work with him or any other committee to try to hammer out a process that does this. We're not convinced this is the process that does this, and we don't what we really don't want to do is then pass this and then tell DRA, okay, you guys figure it out. Develop some rules and let's, develop some rules, develop some forms and develop some processes, and then you figure it out. Because I think at that point, again, it's just another variable. And the last thing and I heard this comment is carbon is not incompatible with forestry and timber harvesting. There's been some question about, is it an all or nothing? We have members that are in carbon programs, and for their management, it fits very well. NHTOA has a member, it's a family ownership. They've gone stem to stern, kind of weeding and thinning this parcel. They've hit a growth phase where they're saying, all right, for the next 30 years, we're not going to harvest any timber. We've done the weeding. We have a nice stand of trees that are going to turn into beautiful saw logs. Let them grow, and then the next 20 or 30 years from now, we'll harvest them. And in that instance, that's a candidate. They're looking at a carbon program, saying, all right, in the interim, here's an opportunity to get paid for that growth of that timber. At the end of that carbon program, we can now move in and start harvesting that timber. And so again, there is an opportunity here to use these. A second example I'll leave with you, and this is more of a southern situation where you had a sawmill that wanted a certain diameter log. The landowner, it was a real estate investment trust, said, well, our pro formas tell us we can only grow, I'll pick a number, 18 inches. You want 22 inches. Our pro forma says our greatest rate of return's at 18 inches. And they said, well, carbon markets, why don't we enter these stands into a carbon market? We can get paid to grow that additional 4 inches. The sawmill, at the end of that carbon program, sawmill gets the timber, the quality that they want. The real estate investment trust, their pro forma works, they're happy. And that's a situation where it actually does work. So I think it's these programs, they're as varied and as unique as timber and as the timberland owners. You have investment trusts, you have families, you have individuals. And so again, to bring it all back to the bill, we're happy to work with the sponsors or anyone else if there's a subcommittee here, or if you hold the bill, we're happy to work on them to try to accomplish what we believe is what they want to do, and that's figure out that hole in that municipal budget that's caused by carbon. Right now, we don't know what it is, as you heard from that DRA report, and quite frankly, I'm not sure. When I look at the bill and I look at 10% of a carbon contract, well, what is that? How does that compare to veneer? How does that compare to pulpwood or biomass chips? What are we talking about? And that was the last piece that my committee said is, what are the dollars? What are the dollars and cents that we're looking at here? We just don't know. With that, I will conclude my testimony. I'm happy to try and answer any questions, and I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. So the last pink card that I have is Mr. Brody Deshays. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak today. Again, my name is Brody Deshays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are in support of the bill as amended. We do have a copy of the amendment, and first I do want to discuss the current bill that you have in front of you. RSA 79:5, to our knowledge, with conversations I had with DRA and some of our member municipalities, has never been utilized. It's not possible to really utilize it because kind of the way the statute's written, you'll notice it says that a town or city is unreasonably deprived of revenue because of the failure of an owner to cut standing wood or timber when it shall have arrived to the degree of maturity most suitable for its use. And then you can see, the amended language inserted in for carbon sequestration. But then the existing statute says such standing wood or timber shall be taxed in the same manner as a general property, which is problematic in of itself and subject to the same rights of appeal, and then et cetera. New Hampshire doesn't tax general property anymore. That went away a long time ago. We tax real property. So there is that distinction there because the statute's very old. Part of the point was, when we allowed the timber tax to be levied in this state, which I believe was by constitutional amendment in 1941 or 1942, there were some communities that were concerned that they would be deprived revenues if someone just chose to stop cutting wood that they would like revenues for. Literally the reason why we're here today. There are people who are not cutting wood, and it's depriving municipalities of revenue, and it's, stagnating local economies in the North Country. They kind of came up with this general tax credit where the municipality would still tax them as if they had cut the wood, and they would be able to keep track of that credit. So then if they did cut the wood in the future, they would say, oh, we're going to credit this much towards your timber tax because now you've cut it. Well, there's issues with municipalities being able to keep track of credits and how that would be done. It's not very explicitly stated. And it's also very hard to determine what is unreasonably deprived revenue. There's really no way to define that. And municipalities that have in the past said, should we try to utilize this? Their legal counsel has said no, because you're just going to end up in court trying to determine what is unreasonably deprived revenue and what is technically, quote, degree of maturity most suitable for use, because different landowners have different reasons why they're cutting the wood at different points of the tree's maturity. And municipal officials would probably also have their own kind of way of determining that. So trying to amend RSA 79:5 to utilize, to try to capture this lost revenue for carbon tax credits, it's not workable. And we really appreciate Representative Davis bringing forward an amendment to tax carbon sequestration the same way that timber would be taxed if it was cut. All that's trying to happen is these especially disproportionately rural North Country communities, or even some communities in Carroll County, you'll see, if you look at the registry, there's a lot of land in the town of Ospey, for example, that's being used for carbon sequestration. We're trying to make sure they aren't deprived revenues and trying to think of a fair way to make sure these revenues can be raised. And our opinion is 79:3-C proposed in the amendment is a fair way. It kind of sets up the tax in the way that the existing timber tax works. It has an objective looking at the tonnage of carbon that's for the capture. I also want to go on the record and say that while the BIA and some of the business organizations have said that we have this existing 79:5, which has never been used and we wouldn't recommend anyone try to use it, we would be okay with repealing 79:5 in conjunction with adopting this amendment for the proposed 79:3-C that Representative Davis has proposed. So then there isn't any concern of double taxation. Doing both in conjunction, we think, would help quell some of the concerns of the quote double taxation, and also help municipalities, especially those in the North Country, who are being deprived these revenues because of very complicated tax schemes that are being cooked up in other states to incentivize a carbon credit industry, which is currently right now having a negative impact on the overall timber industry and the revenues that municipalities are used to depending upon to help keep their property tax rates low, and need to, have to dip less into the pockets of property taxpayers. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Deshays. Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that is the last card that I have for this bill. So I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-ins, there were 5 in support and 16 opposed. But I will say the 16 and 5 are in play because a couple of the texts are not associated with this bill. On today's blue sheet, we have 8 in support and 1 against.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 123. So I apologize, Representative Ohm, we are about an hour behind schedule. So once the clerk is organized for this public hearing, we'll begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we'll just hold. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 247, authorizing municipalities to hold a referendum on whether to allow historic horse racing. So at this time, the chair will recognize Representative Ohm. Welcome to Municipal and County Government, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasure to be here. For the record, my name is Representative Bill Ohm, Hillsborough 10, City of Nashua. I'm here to present the bill to allow a referendum on historic horse racing in cities and towns. This is a local issue bill. Do you want to have a vote on whether to allow casinos to develop in your local cities and towns? So the background of this is about 3-4 years ago, there was a bill passed to allow historic horse racing. And these are basically slot machines that are very attractive to play. And the terms and conditions for these slot machines were quite attractive to the operators. For example, if you wanted to open a casino in Massachusetts, you'd be paying between $25 and $85 million for a license to operate a property with 1,000 slot machines. If you want to operate a property with 1,000 slot machines in New Hampshire, your license fee is $250. So we've offered quite attractive conditions to expand casino gaming in New Hampshire. In the past, when we've looked at expanding gaming, we've had a casino bill that looked at various impact on cities and towns, such as do we want to have a referendum to opt in? What terms do we want to have for mitigation to the cities and towns? Do we want to have an opt-out provision? How should the money go? Well, much of that's not been really thought out with the bill that allowed historic racing in New Hampshire. So the current situation we have, and I'll speak to my city of Nashua, is that we had a mom and pop charitable gaming establishment. Lucky Moose is one example. Bar and grill, some card tables, and now they were allowed to expand it to historic horse racing. So what happens is that the business now gets sold to an out-of-state operator, in this case, ECL Entertainment, and they buy the vacant property in our prime retail district, the Sears store right at the border. And now they're in the process of opening up a major casino, 2 floors, 180,000 square feet, over 1,000 slot machines. And I talked to my folks here in Nashua, and they said, well, you know, this is coming. And they said, what? Well, how did this happen? Well, I said, well, we passed a bill that allowed the equivalent of slot machines, and we did not put any opt-in on this situation. So it's allowed, and the opportunity was taken by the business people, and now the Sears store is going to be a major casino right on our border. Okay. So one of the objections I had was my prior experience in Ways and Means, which is whenever we would expand gambling, we always had an opt-in provision. I worked on the Keno bill, which I've passed out a copy of for your reference, and said, well, you can have Keno. The state will allow it. But if you want Keno, then you should opt in for it. And Nashua passed on the first go-round and opted in on second go-round. Some cities have, most cities and towns have. But we wanted to give local control to expanded gambling. Well, we had a loophole in this historic horse racing law that did not have this opt-in. So my bill is to ask the question of should we now have an opt-in for any future historic horse racing establishments. Right now, there's 14 charitable gaming establishments that are allowed to have historic racing licenses. And our recent experience is that these won't just stay as who they are. They'll be sold out most likely to a large operator
who build a major casino, which is allowed in your city or town. You don't have that provision to say we don't want it. So I propose that we should have that authority, that the people in the cities and towns should be able to say yes or no if we want to have a major casino evolve from the small historic gaming property that we've had. So the bill takes the language of the Keno bill and adds a couple of paragraphs, which basically grandfathers the properties that already have the historic horse racing machines until such time as the year ends. Then anything after January 1st of 2026, any additional properties that want to have historic racing in your city and town will have to go through the referendum process. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Representative Ohm. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Valerie King. Okay. Does the committee have any questions for the New Hampshire Lottery? Okay. Oh, no? Okay. So I will now recognize Ms. Alicia Preston. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alicia Preston. I represent the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association. We just have one slight concern with this bill, and that's the eligibility point that Representative Ohm pointed out, which is January 1st, 2026. Right now, while there are 14 licenses, there are 5 who applied to the Lottery Commission. Current law states that that's the max. That's the top out that anybody can have historic horse racing in New Hampshire until January of 2031. That's current law. And we just want to make sure those 5, those of whom get approved, are protected in this bill, as they've already done an enormous amount of investment and process in the state. So if there could just be a language tweak that says entities licensed or eligible to parimutuel wagers on historic racing, I think that would solve our concern.
Questions? Could you repeat what you just said? I was taking notes.
Sure. On page 1, line 29, it says, notwithstanding the provisions of this section, entities licensed to sell. If it said licensed or eligible to sell, I think that would solve that. And again, on page 2, line 7, provided that licenses eligible by January 1, 2026 shall remain valid.
You said page 2, line 7?
Yes.
Like, then you said provided that
Licenses eligible prior to January 1, 2026 shall remain valid. And again, those are the only ones that can operate already in the state until 2031.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that did represent my last pink card. Is there anyone else present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The remote sign-in shows 2 in support and 4 opposed. And the paper blue sheet is on its way. Or you can read it. Paper blue sheet is 1 in favor.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 247 local is now closed. So with that, that concludes our publicly noticed business for today. And I think what we will do is take a small break, and we will gather back in, Jim? 10? In 10 minutes. at which time we will begin our executive session. Thank you. Good afternoon. Municipal and county government will now move into an executive session, and the chair would like to welcome Representative Howland back to municipal and county government.
HOW, like the guy fell off the wall. There was a guy who fell off the maple? Yeah, unfortunately, it was my last name.
At this time, I will open the executive session on House Bill 92, prohibiting an individual from simultaneously serving on the local zoning board and planning board.
I'd like to make motion.
Yep, the chair would like to recognize Representative Elward.
Yes, I'd like to offer Amendment 2025-0317H to House Bill 92.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you. It was Representative Dolan. Representative Elwood, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I would.
Thank you.
Thank you. The law currently provides for one member of a ZBA or a planning board to sit on both boards. And this amendment is to avoid conflict of interest issues and unnecessary costly appeals. It provides or mandates that members serving on both boards recuse themselves from voting on matters previously decided in a quasi-judicial capacity by the board in which they voted as a member. So if you're sitting on the planning board and a zoning board, you cannot vote on matters previously decided by the zoning board. So this has bipartisan support with Representatives Power and Frock providing valuable input as co-sponsors.
Thank you, Representative Elwood. Is there discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0317H to House Bill 92. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward. Yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Chairman Power,
Yes. 18-0. Amendment 2025-0317H to House Bill 92 is accepted with a vote of 18-0. The chair recognizes Representative Elward for a subsequent motion.
I move ought to pass with amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Was it Representative Murphy that seconded?
Correct.
Thank you. Representative Elwood, would you like to speak to your motion? Don't need to.
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay, so seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. If you are in favor of the motion, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward. Yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Chairman Power.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. Therefore, the committee recommendation on House Bill 92 is ought to pass with amendment. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House calendar. And Representative Elwood, will you write the report? Thank you. Yeah, I thought I said that. What was that? I thought I said that. The vice chairman was just confirming that that would be on the consent calendar. The answer is yes. Okay. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 92. You're all set, right? Okay. Next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 272, exempting certain agricultural practices from municipal noise regulations. The chair recognizes Representative Colby for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I do this right. I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass on HB 272.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Representative Karasinski seconds that motion. Representative Colby, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
So the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 272. If you're in favor of the motion, you'll vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz, Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Chairman Power.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 272 is ought to pass. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And the report will be written by Representative Majori. Thank you. At this time, I will open the executive session on House Bill 149 FN relative to warrant article approvals at ballot referenda form of town meeting.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Hold, could you hold,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry.
I will enjoy his motion if it's the same one I want to make.
Okay.
Does it start with an I and end with an L?
Probably.
The chair recognizes Representative Murphy for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Representative Murphy, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. This one would make it extremely difficult to pass any sort of money articles in an attempt to have ranked choice voting, and therefore ITL.
Is there any discussion on the motion? So I would like to say that I will be voting against the motion of ITL. This bill is, I do not see this as ranked choice voting. I see this bill as a bill, legislation that is very much needed. I'm happy for those citizens who are in towns or school districts that don't have problems with regards to warrant articles being amended. But unfortunately, in the town that I reside in, I am involved in 3 annual meetings. And I personally have seen the need for this legislation time and time and time again. Additionally, as having been a state rep now for my 3rd term, I do network with other state reps, and I also hear from them similar stories of warrant articles being amended in such a way to defeat the bill and to defeat the warrant article. And like I said, it's a persistent problem that we see across the state. And I would like to share that I recently got an email from a state rep who shared with me that at their annual deliberative session in their town, citizens had put a petitioned warrant article up to elect members of the Conservation Commission, and that bill was signed into law just last year, 2024. It was House Bill 1302. And yeah, the petition warrant article was at the deliberative session to clearly elect members to the Conservation Commission, because prior that the only option was that the Conservation Commission members would be appointed. And the deliberative session, in an attempt to just squash this petition warrant article and not really enable it to have a vote, they changed the language to keep the commission as appointed. And I would note that in the bill that was signed into law, that the election of members to the Conservation Commission, it is statutory language. So for the moderator in that particular municipality, that should not have been allowed, but it was, because there's very little, I guess, accountability, policing or enforcement, what have you. So I just share that as a most recent, and it happened just last week, data point to demonstrate the need for this bill. And I could go on, but I won't. So for those reasons, I will be voting against the ITL motion. Is there any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 149 FN. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair McDonald,
Yes on the ITL.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes nay. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Chairman Power.
No. The motion passes with a vote of 16 to 2. The committee recommendation on House Bill 149 FN is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any objection to it going on to the consent calendar? I have an objection, so it will go on to the regular calendar. So the committee report will be written by, yes, Representative Gilman. I suppose I will be writing the minority report. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 149 FN.
Making a motion on 339.
Yeah.
Who is?
At this time, I will open the executive session on House Bill 339 relative to municipal master plans. The chair recognizes Representative Fracht for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move ITL on HB 339.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative, Vice Chairman McDonald seconds that. Representative Fracht, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. I'm voting ITL on HB 339, which proposes to add 2 new subparagraphs and 2 new chapters to the master plan of towns and cities in New Hampshire. The reason that I proposed ITL are many, but I will give you 2 of them. First, there was no sponsor that appeared before this committee to introduce the bill or answer any questions. Secondly, in my position as Planning Board Chair and Master Planning Task Force Chair in the town of Enfield, we have just completed probably 5 years of work on our master plan. And adding these 2 chapters is entirely unnecessary. The first suggested chapter has to do with agriculture and food production. Those have been covered or could be covered in any one of a number of places, such as the land use chapter, resources, economic development. It could go almost anywhere. The second suggested chapter is a catch-all that says, add anything else. And that's just kind of unnecessary. The hour is late. I won't bore you with any more reasons.
Is there further discussion or comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 339 relative to municipal master plans. If you're in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll. Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Howland?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Fracht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
No.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Chairman Power?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 17-1. The committee recommendation on House Bill 339 is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. Thank you. And the report will be written by? Thank you, Representative Fracht. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 339 relative to municipal master plans. Next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 407, setting a minimum threshold for the adoption of town and school budget and spending items for towns, using a ballot to select such methods during town meeting. At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Dolan for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to ITL 407.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Dolan, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this bill has a couple of rather vague elements to it. One is to any measure at the town meeting has to have at least 15% of registered voters, and also a majority of those voting. It's unclear when 15%, when you strike the line for 15% of the voters. Some towns do it the day prior to town meeting, others do it at town meeting. And the majority of those, same thing, the majority of those voting, that's a vague, and it appears to be left up to the town moderator or some other individual to determine that. So in light of that, it needs to be ITL'd until the bill is better written.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this motion? Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to add that I think the reason I do support the ITL, it's not just the vagueness of the 15%, but I do struggle with the 15% because forcing people to show up is one thing, but we can't, like, how do you force people to show up? I mean, the people who do show up do so by choice. And for the people who don't show up, which might be a majority, you're now putting their will on the people who do show up. So now you've suppressed their voice. So I really do struggle with the 15%.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 407. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Chairman Power.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 407 is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. Thank you. With that, oh, I forgot. So who would like to write the report? What? Oh, Representative Dolan, thank you. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 407. Next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 447 relative to property tax exemptions for disabled veterans. The chair recognizes Representative Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion for ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second. Pick one.
Representative Gerard. Representative Murphy, would you like to speak to your motion?
This seems to be almost like you'd be giving money way back to the veterans if it goes over the amounts of the property tax. Therefore, it's really unworkable.
Is there any further comments or discussion? Representative Gerard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, again, I understand what the representative said, but I think our bigger concerns is the fact that the VA housing standards are much stricter than the ADA guidelines. And no one can clearly define what makes a house ADA compliant as well. So those are the reasons why I agree with the ITL.
Further comments or discussion? So I have some comments. So we understand that the bill proposes to expand eligibility criterion for RSA 7236A, which is certain disabled veterans, to exempt the full property taxes on their homestead. So for those of you who were here last year on this committee, and for as a reminder or a refresher, and for those who were not on this committee, we had a bill 2024 House Bill 1154 that came before the committee. And I happen to have been the prime sponsor of that bill. So that bill was filed at the joint request of the Deputy Adjutant General of the New Hampshire National Guard and the Director of the New Hampshire Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So they reached out to me and they asked that this bill be filed for this particular property tax exemption because they had found that in its application, it was extremely confusing. And what was happening is that in the municipalities, either the assessors or the select board, selectmen, they were confused as to, what was the eligibility criterion. And additionally, there were veterans that were coming before these parties, and they were saying, oh, well, they were believing that they were eligible for this property tax exemption. And also the New Hampshire Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, and as well as the VA in New Hampshire, they were getting inquiries, and people were very confused and people were upset, and perhaps rightly so. And so the issue at hand is that this particular certain disabled veterans property tax exemption was being applied differently across the state, and that's a problem. So what was asked and what was done is that the language was made more clear to state very, very clearly, and I won't go through all the details, but it clarified that this tax exemption was linked to the SAH and SHA grants. The other thing that I would note is that this bill here before us would essentially undo that legislation that was signed into law, because it goes in and it expands the eligibility with its language by including a veteran who, and it talks about, it adds on to the SAH or SHA home eligibility criteria, and then it adds or owns a home that is ADA compliant and meets the needs of their disability, which I would concur with Representative Gerard that that's very confused. That's just so broad. It's open, and furthermore, there's no real way to establish, what that is and what's the documentation. So therefore, to insert, have this amended into this current statute is just going back 10 steps. And also, there's the second edition, or is modified through the VA hospital system. Well, to be clear, those were the issues that was also causing confusion because veterans, like for example, if I heard a story where a veteran had received money to install a walk-in bathtub, $10,000, and it met the needs of his disability. But the problem with regards to the legislation last year, that's not what the criteria is. And it's like I said, we would be going backwards with this bill. And the last thing that I will say is that, to be clear, currently in New Hampshire statutes, we have a total of seven veterans tax credits and exemptions. So we have the standard as well as the optional veterans tax credit, and the standard is $50, and the optional ranges from $51 to $750. And I understand that there's a Senate bill that we may see that seeks to increase that upper max to $1,000. We have the all veterans tax credit, which is available. We have the optional tax credit for combat service. That's for service members having a combat service. We have the surviving spouses. We also have the veterans of allied forces for veterans of foreign military service. We have tax credit for service-connected total disability, which is P&T, at $4,000. And we recently passed a bill in the House where we raised that to $5,000, and that was House Bill 99. And then lastly, we have this certain disabled veterans. So I feel that we do take care of our veterans. And the final comment would be that with any type of a tax exemption or credit, and this one, certain disabled veterans, this is 100% of the property taxes. When we have that, when a municipality, well, for this, if a veteran qualifies, they get it. What my point is, what I'm getting at is that it shifts the tax burden to the other taxpayers within the municipality. So I support the ITL. Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 447. If you are in favor of the motion, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Chairman Power.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 447 is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. So I will write the report. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 447. So that wraps up our publicly noticed business for today, and I have some afternoon announcements. So first, there is a House session scheduled for this Thursday, February 13th at 10 a.m. After initial House business, the House will meet in a joint convention with the Senate for Governor Ayotte's budget address. After that, the House will have a regular session for the purpose of acting on House bills. As a reminder, please hold Thursday, February 20. I'm not sure if it's going to be February 20th. Oh, sorry. This is about a House session. I should just read my notes. As a reminder, please hold Thursday, February 20th open for a possible future House session. Then for the week of February 16th, please hold February 18th open for hearings and executive session. And then for that last week in February, that would be the week of February 23rd, please hold most likely Wednesday, February 26th, open for hearings only. Okay, is there any questions? Okay. And I think at the beginning here, we did pass around that committee contact list. Yes, okay. Very good. So the chair will call the meeting now adjourned. Thank you and have a great week and see you on Thursday.